Rightio, so going to start off the live stream. The transfer window closing in around about an hour and a half. Hopefully a few more folk will join us. I'm aware that there are a couple of other live streams with far more talented presenters, moderators, experts talking at the same time as me, but if a few fans want to join in, have a nice chat, have a chat about the transfer window, have a chat about the comings and goings, the events of the last day, that would be great. One or two wee questions cropping up already. So we're waiting for the transfer window to shut. Shuts at 11 o'clock in Scotland. It's already shut in England at 7 o'clock. However, there are still a few deals going back and forth between Scotland and England that were arranged prior to their closing down their window at 7. And Scotland's window, as I say, stays open till 11. So does Spain's. A lot of the European windows are shut. Quite a few countries, however, are still open. So welcome to all the people who are currently on the live stream. It says 6 in the big totalizer in the top corner for me, so that's really great. 6 people have chosen to join me, at least at the moment, rather than some of the bigger, better channels with much more viewers and much more popularity and much cleverer presenters. So David Grant, great for you to pop that question. Do you think Nygren was a good buy at 1.8 million? I think Benjamin Nygren was an absolutely tremendous signing for Celtic. I don't think Brendan Rodgers used him in his right position for the start of the season. And Nygren, when he did play under Rodgers at his best, it's when he had a bit of a free roaming attacking midfielder role, kind of in behind the main striker, going to right, to left, etc. He carried that on under Wilfred Nancy. He was one of the few players who really seemed to buy into the Wilfred Nancy system of attacking, scored goals under Rodgers, primarily when he was able to get a bit further forward, scored goals under Nancy, and he's still scoring under O'Neill in both spells. We got him for reportedly 1.8 million. That sounds about right. That sounds about 2 million euros, 1.8 million pounds. Benjamin Nygren, I think, was a brilliant signing for Celtic, along with Kieran Tierney. I think they were two massive successes in the summer transfer window. Obviously, some of Celtic's signings in the summer transfer window haven't really worked out. Both those two Japanese players are way back out on loan. A couple of the players have got injured. Kelechi Iheanacho's been in and out with injury. Callum Osmond came in, shone very brightly for a few weeks, and then got himself injured. A couple of the other signings were signings for the future. Isaac English, coming from Morton, was signed for the future. Benjamin Nygren, top scorer for Celtic, second top scorer in the Scottish Premiership. He's scored goals for Celtic in Europe in all the Scottish competitions. He's scored goals for Sweden. He's made his international debut for Sweden, which is actually quite difficult given he's a forward area player with their level of players. And he's scored goals for Sweden. So I think he's a brilliant signing. And I think, yes, that's what I was about to say. Now, admittedly, these were in a couple of friendly matches, but Isak of Liverpool and Gyökeres of Arsenal were left on the bench, whilst Benjamin Nygren played a couple of the friendly matches. Clearly, their new manager, Graham Potter, the Englishman, does see Nygren very much as part of his future Sweden side. Yes, in the last hour or so, rumours that Celtic were looking at taking Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain to the end of the season. Now, he is 32, which is the same age as Callum McGregor, younger than James Forrest. We seem very happy to have Callum McGregor, age 32, playing in central midfield. Oxlade-Chamberlain, highest level experienced, over 30 caps for England, played for Arsenal, played for Liverpool, played lots and lots of games for both those teams. He was playing in Turkish football, has had about 6 months off of playing. However, he's been training week in, week out, day in, day out with Arsenal throughout that time whilst looking for a new club. Age 32, someone was saying that he's rather injury prone. He certainly has had a couple of knee injuries, but not particularly out for a particularly long spell. And apart from a couple of knee injuries, he actually hasn't had too bad a injury record over his 15, 16 years as a professional. Covers central midfield, which is something that Celtic require. Can cover out wide on the right, out wide on the left. So doesn't seem a particularly bad decision. Age 32, as I said. Callum McGregor, same age. He's 32 as well. Callum McGregor obviously has chronic Achilles tendon heel problems. We seem very, very happy to play Callum McGregor on a regular basis, despite the fact he is 32 with a history of recurring injury problems. So I'm not particularly against Oxlade-Chamberlain coming in as a short-term fix. Celtic had a few other central midfield targets. However, their clubs said they weren't going to release their player at this time of their seasons, as they were still hoping for European qualifications, cups and leagues in their own countries. So we got turned down by a few Swedish clubs, Danish clubs, and others. And a couple of other players who were thought to be linked to the club have chosen to stay at their own clubs. And after all, if Celtic are able to turn down 4 bids from Nottingham Forest on the final transfer deadline day, including a very, very reasonable offer of 25 million, which would have been the second biggest transfer out of Scotland ever. So Celtic can say no to Nottingham Forest on 4 occasions. It's not unreasonable that Brøndby and Brann and Bodo Glimt and several other clubs say no to us. It's not unusual. It seems fair enough. So Clashman Numpty, the player I think you may be talking about is Mvuka, who is a young Norwegian wide player, aged Mvuka. So Mvuka, Joel Mvuka, age 23, height 5'9", currently playing for Lorient in Ligue 1. He is a Norway under 21 player, 16 caps for them at that level, 3 goals. Played for them under 19, under 20, under 21. Plays right wing, right midfield, right wing back. Can play left wide as well. He has had a quiet season for Lorient. He's been primarily coming off the bench. Lorient have tried to convert him from being a traditional right winger to being a right wing back. A wee bit similar to obviously what Celtic under Wilfred Nancy tried to do for several players. What didn't really work for a few of our players, however, worked incredibly well for Ha-Yun Yang to play in that sort of role. So it's part of the reason that his outputs for goals and assists and stuff have taken a bit of a dip this season. That he's primarily been on the bench and primarily played as a right wing back rather than where he made his name playing for Bodo Glimt further up as a traditional right winger. Decent record for Bodo Glimt before he moved to Lorient in France, with 8 goals and 15 assists. Now it's uncertain at the moment as to whether the Mvuka transfer is going through or not. He apparently the permanent transfer for around about 3 million was agreed. He came in for his medical yesterday, Sunday, and it turns out there is a medical issue or an injury issue that's cropped up that's requiring further investigation. Have had a wee look into his past history, as is not terribly unusual for players of French African origin. So although he is Norwegian, his parents and his origins are from Burundi in Africa. And as is, I'm sure you're all aware, there's not particularly, is a fairly high history of young French African players with a history of heart issues. Apparently very early in his career, he did have to take 8 months out of football due to a heart irregularity, I would presume a heart arrhythmia, which is the kind of thing that was the factor with several African players who have had heart attacks, collapsed, and a few even died on the pitch. And so, understandably, if that is the issue, and I don't know that's the fact, just that he has had a heart problem as a much younger player. Now, presumably, when he moved from Bodo Glimt to Lorient, that he must have passed a medical for his heart issues back then as well. So it may be that he has some form of musculoskeletal problem that's been picked up on a scan. But as I say, there is this known heart history in his past. So far in this transfer window, Celtic have made, for me, 2 very good signings. I don't think anybody would really grumble that Julian Araujo, who came in right at the start of the transfer window from Bournemouth, I think he has been a very, very good right back for us. His performances have got better and better and better. He, he was one of Celtic's 2 or 3 men of the match Sunday against Falkirk. I thought he's a good defender, gets forward, can pass, can cross. I got a feeling that if he was pushed further up, I'm sure he even could play as a wide right winger type player, or if Celtic did want to go to a conventional 2 wing back situation with him and Tierney on the 2 sides. I think he would be a really, really good right wing back for Celtic. I think he even could play as a traditional right winger if Celtic wanted him to do so. I think he's got the pace, he's got the skills, he's got the dribbling skills. He can hit the byline, he can cross accurately. Plus, he can also get back to defend as well, which is important in a Celtic team. So I think Araujo has been a super success. Thomas Cvancara has played 2 games for Celtic so far, played 60-odd minutes against Hearts, set up a goal, hit the bar with a header. Yesterday against Falkirk, I thought he was one of Celtic's best players. Scored a super header, led the line nicely. He shows the ability to, as I say, lead the line. He's got pace, he's got strength, he's got aerial ability, he's 2-footed. He gets himself into some good areas in the box. And I think he could be easily a player that scores 10, 15 goals or so in the last 20 games or so of Celtic season. He's a full international. And so I think in Araujo and Cvancara, we already had 2 very good additions to the squad. Araujo appears to be a conventional loan to the end of the season. However, much like Marcelo Saraci, there is always the possibility at the end of that of offering him a full contract. That may be something that Celtic are doing behind the scenes for both Araujo and for Saraci, who are both on standard loans only at the moment. But no problem, you can certainly convert those to full deals. The other deal that's come through today that's been confirmed is for Junior Adamu, 24-year-old, 6 foot tall, Austrian international. He's played 9 times for Austria, yet to score any goals internationally for Austria at the full level. However, was a big scorer at under 18 through to under 21 level for his country. Transfer value thought to be around about €5 million. He was bought for €6 million a couple of seasons ago. Plays striker, centre forward, can also play out wide on the right and out wide on the left if required. His career in Germany for Freiburg's not been that successful. 67 games for there, 7 goals, 4 assists. However, interestingly, he has scored 2 goals and 1 assist this season for Freiburg, and those goals and assists have been actually in the Europa League. So he's not been starting games for Freiburg in the Bundesliga, but he has started 7 out of the 8 games for them in the Europa League, and his 2 goals this season were both against Bologna in the Europa League. So that's at least as a good sign. His career in Austria was very, very good. 84 games, 23 goals for Red Bull Salzburg, and at his other Austrian club Liefering, 49 games, 23 assists, 26 goals. So it does look like a really good, high quality player, particularly in Austrian football. Hasn't proven himself in German football, although, as I did say, both his goals this season for Freiburg were in Europe, in the Europa League against Bologna. So that does suggest that against high-level players, he's actually still able to score goals. I don't know, my lord, and maybe it is too late to bring anybody in. There is certainly strong talks about us bringing in a young, very promising centre-back from Brentford, Benjamin Arthur, previous England under 18, under 19, under 20 international, has played only 3 games so far for Brentford at the full top level. All of those have been in cup matches. However, in those 3 cup matches, in the Caribou Cup and the FA Cup, his rating was on average 7.25 for those 3 games. So that does actually sound very encouraging. Say under 18, under 19, under 20 international for England, again, that's very encouraging. But struggling to get into the starting lineup for the English Premier League matches, currently being kept out of the side in essence by Christopher Ayer, the ex-Celtic player. Looking at his ratings for the various different defensive characteristics, very good ratings for winning the ball in the air, very good ratings for winning the ball on the ground, especially dominant in the air. He is 6'4" tall, so that is a big useful thing for Celtic, because we are always prone to goals at corner kicks, long throws, free kicks into the box, as the games against Hearts have shown. Pretty decent passer for a tall player, and good at other defensive aspects such as tackling, ball recovery, clearances, and he's also a very difficult player to get past. When players are taking him on, dribbling past him or trying to beat him for pace, he's actually got a very good record for stopping players getting past, so timing his tackle, his interception, or his clearances, etc. So if Benjamin Arthur does come to Celtic on loan for the remainder of the season, it does actually give Celtic a good versatile centre-back, can play right centre-back, left centre-back. It would actually give us, I think, 4 pretty decent, good quality defensive options. So the Mvuka deal is under reconsideration at the moment. Some people are suggesting that it'll go through later in the day. I think there's still time for other deals to go through. Plenty of deals are still going through in Scotland. Still a few deals actually going through in England, even though their window's been shut for nearly 3 hours. There's still deals going back and forward. Well, I fully accept your point, Lauren. The question is, if, as I said, if Celtic are happy to turn down bids for Austin Trusty, there were 2 bids from Crystal Palace, very strong bid from Fiorentina today. We've turned down 4 bids for Arnie Engels. We've previously turned down bids for Sebastian Tounekti several times in this window. We've turned down bids for Daisen Maida maybe not in this window, in previous windows. So if Celtic turn down bids for players, so can other teams. And not many teams who are actually in line for European trophies, European qualification, cups and leagues, etc., like selling their best players at this time of the season. And so your best bet are leagues like America and Japan, who are out of season at the moment because they're both preparing their squads, etc., for the next season. So they don't have a particular problem selling their players this time of year. However, pretty much every European league is mid-season, planning for the second half of the season. A few of the Scandinavian countries like Norway, for example, their league's finished, but they are planning for the new season already to restart in the spring. So it's actually very difficult to get anybody in the winter transfer window. This is a recurring theme. The medicals can be done overseas. There, as I said, I fully accept your point that sometimes these sorts of deals come through late. The only one example I would say where things seem to get done all of a sudden, unexpectedly, was the Luke McCowan deal a couple of summers ago. That deal didn't appear to be on the cards apparently till about 9 o'clock at night on the last day of the transfer window. Dundee would have been able to get a player or two in to cover for him. Celtic then lodged a £1 million bid from Luke McCowan around about 9 o'clock on the last evening of the window. I guess he must have gone to one of the private hospitals in Dundee, like Fernbray or whatever, to go for his medical there. Passed his medical, and then he got across to Glasgow in time to sign the deals. But in essence, as long as your paperwork is in place by 11 o'clock, the deal can go through later. So my understanding would be, in the case of McCowan, 9 o'clock at night, so 8 o'clock at night, nothing had been agreed between Dundee and Celtic. Then all of a sudden, 9 o'clock, a deal was negotiated, a deal was confirmed, a price was confirmed. He then got his medical at a local Dundee, I guess, private hospital, and then the paperwork was completed and faxed electronically or sent electronically to the Scottish League, and then the actual contract signing and everything was done after 11. Similarly, the Arnie Engels one, he had his medical overseas. However, he didn't actually arrive in Scotland until shortly before 11 o'clock that night. So there can certainly be stuff coming in late on. But medicals can be done elsewhere. They don't have to be done in Scotland or London or whatever. They can be done more locally. Good evening to you, Martin, as well. Sorry, just a wee problem there. All sorted now. Yes, Clashman Numpty, with full respect. Thank you so much. I'm loving that people are showing me some respect. I'm just an enthusiastic fan. I think the point of the transfer windows at this time of year, in particular, is to try and tempt players away from teams. So if you've got £50 million to spend on one player, as is the case for Crystal Palace, they can spend £50 million, or actually it was £48 million, on taking a player from Wolves to themselves. The English transfer window today actually was remarkably quiet. one big transfer. That was the player going from Wolves to Crystal Palace. A few deals signed, not for now, but for the summertime. Liverpool spent 60 million on somebody. But actually, an incredibly quiet last day in England. One of the biggest deals that went through actually was a loan of Wilson from Hearts to Spurs with a view to a transfer. If Celtic can turn down lots and lots of bids for players that are Celtic players and make players like Maeda and Engels and Kuhn previously and Kyogo previously unhappy by keeping hold of them because they're under contract with the parent club, other teams have got the perfect right to turn down our offers for players that we want to try and sign. And it seems that sometimes players change their minds and clubs change their minds about selling players. The player we were linked with, reportedly, Gigeridis, Gigemis, the player playing in Italy. Reportedly, Celtic had put in a bid of £6 million, which is what Frosinone wanted. And Gigemis, who'd said up until yesterday that he wanted to come to Celtic, changed his mind and decided he wanted to stay playing for Frosinone. Frosinone were top of the Italian Serie B, every chance of being promoted back to Serie A. So maybe Gigemis has changed his mind and decided he wants to support his current team up into Serie A and then play in that higher level. Doesn't seem a bad decision for a 23-year-old to choose to stay to playing for a team in Italy who's got a chance to be promoted to the top division in Italy, one of the strongest leagues in the world. Fully accept your point, G 1916, but you say pay the money and the players will come. Well, that's the attitude that Nottingham Forest had. They said, here's £25 million for Arne Engels, which would be the second biggest transfer fee ever for a player leaving Scotland, and Celtic said no. This time last year, Celtic turned down multiple bids of £15 million rather plus for Nicholas Kuhn. Previous winter window, we turned down bids of 20 to 25 million for Matt O'Reilly. So yes, theoretically, if you pay the money, the teams will cave in and sell them, except Celtic didn't cave in and sell Kuhn last winter, sell Matt O'Reilly the winter before he left. We didn't cave in and sell Dyson Maeda to Wolfsburg in Germany. We kept him at the club. We haven't caved in with Arne Engels. 4 bids from 15 million up to 25 million. So I was quite surprised that we turned down 25 million for Arne Engels. That would be doubling the fee. My expectation is much like it was for Kyogo, for Kuhn, for Christopher Ayer, for Moussa Dembele, for Odson Edward. My understanding is all those players will probably be all moving on. As all those players did, they all moved on the following summer. My guess is that Arne Engels will be off to Germany or to England in the summer transfer window, which does, in theory, give Celtic the benefit of Arne Engels in our midfield for the last half of the season. And I don't think his value is going to drop any significance. Understandably, Lauren, Daily Record says Engels isn't happy. If I was Engels, I wouldn't be happy. A chance to go and move to play at the biggest, richest, most prestigious league in the whole world, covered everywhere around the world. So it's would have been a big move to him. Nottingham Forest, possibly at risk of dropping down into the English Championship, but even English Championship's the 7th best league in the world with all the statistical ratings and stuff. So yes, I wouldn't be happy if I was Engels, but then he's got a contract with Celtic. He gets paid very well by Celtic. He signed that contract a couple of summers ago. And so you have to honour your contract, just like a school teacher, a lawyer, a doctor, a nurse, a person who works for any company. If you've got a contract, your employers, your boss, etc., can say you're under contract with us. You can't go and work for that other firm. You can't go and work for that other hospital or that other legal firm or school, etc. If we don't release you. So. It's reportedly Motherwell have turned down a bid of over £4 million for Mazwanizi already today. Anderlecht apparently went in with a deal, a 3-year contract from Mazwinzi, and a £4 million offer. Some sites are saying that Motherwell have turned that down. Again, I think much like what I was saying about all those other players, Engels, for example, at the moment. My expectation is Mazwinzi will be off, leaving Motherwell this summer. However, Motherwell reportedly did turn down a really big offer from Anderlecht, something approaching £4 million in total. It could be that Martin O'Neill doesn't fancy the player. He certainly so far has proven himself able to score goals for Motherwell. When he was playing for Leicester, he really didn't break through at Leicester. However, he has moved to Motherwell and he's scoring lots of goals. He's currently the top scorer in the Scottish Premiership, one more than Benjamin Nygren. And he is a player that can play centrally, can play out wide. So maybe Martin O'Neill doesn't fancy him. Maybe Sean Maloney doesn't fancy him. He does, for me, he looks a wee bit on the lightweight side. Certainly successful scoring for Motherwell. Whether he would be able to move up one more level to score the goals for playing for Celtic so when you're playing for another team, generally the teams are much more open defensively than they would be if it was a Celtic player taking them on. So nearly always when Celtic play most teams in Scotland, you're taking on 7, 8, 9-man defences. So if you're playing Kilmarnock or St Mirren or whomever else, you're generally playing against very defensive teams. Maybe that Mazwinzi wouldn't be able to score goals against that sort of system. We don't know. It may be, as you so rightly say, Lauren, that he hasn't moved, that O'Neill doesn't feel that Mazwinzi is physically or mentally able to move up to playing for Celtic. Anderlecht reportedly did offer about 3 to 4 million for him, and that was turned down. So Motherwell clearly having an asking price. Motherwell got him for absolutely £0 in July-August of 2025. So he's been playing for Motherwell for less than 6 months. He came to them for nothing. They'd be making a massive profit, but they have chosen to keep hold of him, at least probably to the end of the season. I fully agree that Motherwell aren't Celtic. Motherwell operate on a much smaller budget than Celtic. They have far fewer employees, far fewer merchandising and backroom staff, etc. Much smaller coaching staff, much smaller physio staff, performance analyst staff, much less administrative staff at those clubs. Tiny wage budget compared to Celtic's wage budget. Celtic's got a massive wage budget for the players. This year it's bigger than last year. Next year it's even bigger than this year because of the way that contracts are structured for players like Tierney and Jota, McGregor and Carter Vickers and several others. Their contract goes up and up and up. So Celtic's wage bill goes up and up and up. Motherwell obviously had a massive big cash injection selling Lennon Miller during the summer. They actually are financially, in their realms, Motherwell currently are actually financially very strong. As I say, much smaller wage bill, much smaller running costs, much smaller everything at Motherwell. So they don't have to have as big a bank balance as Celtic. And because of the Lennon Miller transfer, they have actually got more money than they need. So they can afford to turn down this bid for Celtic or this bid from Anderlecht. So I fully accept what you're saying, but if you're on a much smaller budget, much smaller for your wage bills, etc., and your backroom staff, you don't have to have £30 million in the bank. If you've got £2 million in the bank, as Motherwell will do with the big amount of money they got for Lennon Miller, they can turn down bids because they don't have to have tons of money. That certainly has been a recurring theme. Motherwell say they've got no intention of selling any of their players. As I was saying, the money they got from Lennon Miller will tide them over for a good couple of seasons in terms of all their running costs and wage bills, etc. And I think if Masbo keeps on being a success for the rest of the season, I don't think we'll have any problem in selling him to someone somewhere in the summer, by which time Motherwell might well be in Conference League qualifying or extra prize money for coming fourth in the Scottish League. Clashman Numpty, nobody knows anything. A good example for me was the fact that several hours ago at the start of the day, it was said that Celtic had failed to sign Gajemis because Celtic hadn't offered the £6 million transfer fee. It then turns out a few hours later that story was all completely nonsense. It was the fact that Gajemis had chosen to stay playing in Italy and not the fact that Celtic had not bid the right amount of money for him. So Celtic had put in the right bid, that his club Frosinone had accepted that bid, and then Gajemis changed his mind. And with respect, if Motherwell's budget for a season is a few £1 million and they've got all the money for selling Lennon Miller, they don't have to sell him. They can turn them down. There's not an obligation that everybody has to accept every bid ever put in by Celtic. Celtic have bid lots and lots of money for players and got the player. They've bid lots of money for players and not got the player. We've turned down big money for players. Anyway, and nobody actually knows what's going on behind the scenes. And 95% of all the stories that we read in the newspapers, online, on all the websites, on Sky Sports, turn out to be absolutely nonsense. Well, I wouldn't characterize all the transfer windows as being a disaster. As I said, in the summer we got Kieran Tierney, who's been a really very good player for Celtic, Benjamin Nygren, who's been a really good player for Celtic, and Sebastian Tounekti, who's been a very decent player for Celtic. We got Kelechi Iheanacho, when he's been fit, has been a good player for Celtic. And we got Callum Osmond in his brief spell that he got to play when Rodgers had gone and O'Neill gave him a chance. He was a big success. So I don't think the last one was a disaster. It just wasn't as good as we would have wanted it to be. But I don't think it's been a disaster. I don't think Celtic's had a disastrous as such transfer window. We've had lots of transfer windows that haven't been as good as they could have been or should have been. And there's been quite a number of transfer windows which have not been well managed. I think the last transfer windows that went well for Celtic were the four under Ange Postecoglou. I think all those transfer windows went well. The success rate for the players was much better than maybe about a 2 in 3 chance. Yes, honest to God, I wish my enthusiasm and my optimism and my glass half full rather than half empty was infectious, because I'm a million times happier being an optimistic Celtic fan than I am when I'm a pessimistic, that everything is disaster Celtic fan. I think Celtic have still got better players than any other club in Scotland. Now, part of the problem Celtic have had this season is some of our best players have been out injured for long spells. So if we were looking at Celtic's best starting 11, if everybody was fit, Alistair Johnston would be in there, Jota would be in there, Cameron Carter-Vickers would be in there. And all those three have been missing Jota's been missing the whole season. Johnston's been missing nearly a whole season apart from a few games before his first injury and a game before his second injury. Carter-Vickers played a few games, having come back from injury, and then he got this terrible Achilles tendon problem. So just reading a wee. Right, so just reading a wee update from BBC Scotland sports people. They're saying that Celtic are potentially in the near future going to be announcing the signing of Joel Mvuka. That's the Burundi origin Norwegian winger playing in France at the moment, who had a medical issue that appears to have been resolved. Supposedly that's going to go through this evening, according to this journalist. The loan deal for Benjamin Arthur of Brentford, that's also rumoured to be going through later this evening in the last whatever it is, 40 minutes, hour, whatever, of the transfer window. I don't have a particular problem with signing a 20-year-old, very talented young player who's been good enough to play for an English Premier League side this year. My guess would be that he is going to be the backup to Scales and Trusty, and be the one who's challenging Dane Murray to be the first backup to those players. Clearly, Brendan Rodgers saw Jemai Simpson-Puzzi as that player that completely fell apart. Quite why that fell apart, I don't know. He looked very, very yes. It's I'm massively happy. I'm tremendously happy that 81 people have chosen to spend the last wee bit of the transfer window with me. That's been brilliant, because I know there are, as I said earlier on, there are some very big popular channels with massive big subscriber viewer numbers, also doing live streams at the moment. So it's brilliant that people have chosen to spend some time with little old me. As Clashman Numpty was saying a wee bit earlier on, with me you'll get optimism. With me you'll get the positive side to virtually everything. I've had 54 years of good times and 54 years of bad times supporting Celtic, back to around about 1971, 1972. So there's been plenty. Sligo boy, you weren't blocked. As Lorden was saying just earlier on, The viewer numbers have been incredible, and the comments have been tremendous. There's been so many comments I just can't keep up with them. So I haven't been ignoring it. I haven't been ignoring everybody. I'm just trying to catch up with everybody. Well, at the moment, all we can really work on are rumours. As I said, BBC Sports Scotland journalist is saying that the deals are to be announced very soon for Benjamin Arthur coming from Brentford on loan, and the permanent deal for Joe Mvuka, the right winger who can play left wing, right wing back, right midfield. Whether that's actually true or not, I don't know. Yep. So Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, which I think is who you're referring to there, Sligo boy, is a free agent. He was playing for Besiktas up until the end of last season. He then left Besiktas, came back to England, and he's been training week in, week out, day in, day out with Arsenal ever since, whilst waiting for a new club, or just simply taking what one might call a career break, on a sabbatical, etc. However, strong rumours that Celtic are looking to potentially maybe sort of bring in Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. As you so rightly say, he is a free agent, which means we don't have to sign him tonight. We can sign him tomorrow, much like we did with Kelechi Iheanacho. Oh, right. Okay. So, fair enough, Michael Ross. I can understand your frustrations. I can understand the fact that Celtic, if they are doing things, are doing a lot of it late. We got in Julian Araujo actually on day one of the transfer window. That he actually had come to train with Celtic 2 or 3 days before the actual start of the transfer window. Haven't read that the Norwegian deal is going to be a loan rather than a permanent one. That makes a lot of sense, and also with the fact that we don't actually have a permanent manager at the moment, it makes actually quite a lot of sense that we're doing loan deals rather than permanent deals. Now, I can't remember whose comment was that Celtic haven't spent a penny on anybody this transfer window, which actually is untrue. It's because when you loan a player, you don't get them for free. With virtually every loan deal, you pay a loan fee to take the player on loan for the rest of the season. Plus, you have to pay that player's salary, their wages, for the duration of the deal. So with nearly every loan deal that you take on, now admittedly some is just you take on the player's wages, but for most of them there's an actual loan fee. For the sake of example, just simply because it comes to mind, when Rangers loaned Fabio Silva a couple of winter windows ago, they spent £2 million simply on the loan deal, plus they met Fabio Silva's wage demands that he was getting paid by his parent club. So a loan deal isn't spending no money at all. It means there's no long-term commitment to that player, but you pay, for most teams, you pay an amount of money to take their player on loan, plus you pay the player's salary, the player's wages. So Celtic will have been committing quite a lot of money to loan Araujo, who'll be on big money playing for Bournemouth, Cvancara, who'll be on big money playing for Borussia Mönchengladbach. Obviously, Adamu coming from German football from Freiburg. He also will be on a decent wage. Celtic will have paid money to Bournemouth to take Araujo on loan, paid money to Freiburg to take Adamu on loan. And if we are taking Mvuka from Lorient on loan, again, we'll be paying Lorient a loan fee. Then we also pay the players' wages on top of that. So Celtic will have been spending a few £1 million on all of those players, depending on what the actual deals. Well, to be fair, Paul Boy 67, they would have known they had a heart problem. However, he did successfully pass medicals to move from Bodo Glimt to Lorient. So he clearly, whatever the heart problem he had, was one that had been treated successfully as a younger player in Norwegian football before he moved to French football. So it's not very fair to blame the board for not knowing about a heart problem that had successfully not caused them problems. And if anybody in the real world, if anybody who's watching has problems with their heart, diabetes, their lungs, etc., medical conditions can be well controlled and then stop being well controlled. The medication you take to keep your heart rate stable can stop working for a variety of reasons. Just like if you're diabetic, your diabetic control changes. So you might need to move from tablets to insulin, or you might need your insulin changed, or you might need put onto a new system, or if you've got lung problems, you might need stronger inhalers, different inhalers, oral tablets, all kinds of things. So I don't think it's very fair to blame Celtic for not knowing he had a heart problem. They would have known he had a heart problem. They also would have known that his heart problem hadn't caused any issues moving from Norway to France. It hadn't caused him any issues playing in France. And for all the intents and purposes, his heart problem was under control. Just like anybody's medical condition can be under control and then stop being under control. Anyway, if people want to blame the Celtic board for not knowing about this heart problem, fair enough. Well, I said that's a really good point, actually, Michael Ross. Had Celtic signed Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi in this transfer window, or Zlatan Ibrahimovic, what would Celtic have said about signing a player who was as old as those three players? Now, those three are amongst the best in football of recent years. They all are old players. If we're turning up our nose at Oxlade-Chamberlain, who's 32, coming to the club because he's too old and he's not fit, how would Celtic react? How would our fans react if we had signed Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo or Zlatan Ibrahimovic, all of whom are around about the late 30s, early 40s? Haven't seen any. Haven't seen any confirmation about Welsh going back to Motherwell, but it would make a lot of sense if we have signed Benjamin Arthur from Brentford. It makes a perfect sense that we would then move Stephen Welsh back to Motherwell. It means that Welsh will have regular first team football. It didn't look like there was a transfer fee at the end of the deal going to Motherwell. It looks like it's simply just a loan back to him without an expectation of a sale. Yes, I think David Grant, you make a good point. And as I said, part of the problem Celtic have with this transfer window is we don't have a current first-team manager, a permanent manager. We've got a caretaker manager with caretaker staff, which is why I think Celtic's been going for loan deals rather than permanent deals. We've also been protecting the players who are currently at the club. We've not been selling the players who are currently at the club. We've let Johnny Kenny go away on loan to Bolton. That seems a perfectly reasonable thing to do. We seem to be probably letting Stephen Welsh go back to Motherwell. It makes a lot of sense. We've got Nawrocki away on loan. We've got Lewis Palmer away on loan. We sent Oliemu, the goalkeeper. He's on loan now to a team in England and gets Lorient in England. So all that makes perfect sense. And some of the loan deals, such as for Cvancara and Junior and Adamu, there is a option to buy rather than a compulsion to buy the player at the end of the loan deal. Oops. I think I always say, not that I'm defending the BBC as such, the BBC and Sky tend to have to wait for journalistic reasons for there to be confirmation, or at least 2 or 3 sources saying the same thing. On Twitter and X and Facebook and all these other things, or on the internet, you can pretty much make any story up, as is the case. People make up stories all the time on the internet, such as this, in the summer transfer window, South Korean website made up that Ha-Yoon Yang had been sold by Celtic to Norwich, even had him in a Norwich strip signing his contract down in Norwich. And that was just completely made up. There was also a Turkish football website who made up about a dozen transfers of players from Turkish clubs to British clubs. Again, it was all just made up by the internet. So I'm not saying that the stories on Twitter or X, whatever, aren't true. I'm just saying they haven't got the same journalistic need to always confirm all their stories. Well, to be fair, Clashman Numpty, Michael Nicholson, as the Chief Executive Officer, has been responsible for the 2 biggest ever transfer fees paid by Celtic, which was for Ida 9 million and then 11 million plus for Engels. So to be fair, he has sanctioned big deals, buying players for Celtic, 9 million and 11, breaking the record twice in the same transfer window 2 summers ago. And then he also has been the part of massive deal to sell Jota, to Tierney, to sell Kyogo, to sell Kuhn, to sell Dembele, Edward, Ayer. So basically, he has actually made some massive deals selling players for Celtic away. He then also masterminded the deal to sell Jota for 25 million to Saudi football, then buy him back 18 months later for 8 million. That sounds like a tremendously good deal. You sell him, you buy him back for 17 million, cheaper than you sold him for. Obviously, we sold Kieran Tierney under his leadership for 25 million to Arsenal. We got Kieran Tierney back for 0 transfer fees. So he has actually been a key factor in lots of deals that's made Celtic lots and lots of money. And he's also been, on the 2 occasions, he's helped Celtic break their transfer record with 9 million for Ida and 11 million for yes. All I'm saying, I think we paid too much for Adam Ida. I think we possibly paid too much for Arnie Engels. However, the fact that within a couple of summers, our Notts Forest were willing to pay twice as much as we paid for Arnie Engels does suggest that maybe Arnie Engels is a pretty decent footballer. If they'll offer 25 million for him and we bought him for 11 million, all I was trying to suggest was, you were saying that Michael Nicholson won't spend money on behalf of Celtic, and he broke the transfer record for 9 for Ida and 11 for Engels. Spent 8 million on Jota, spent 6 million on Trusty, 4 million on Perla Bernardo, 5 million or so on Tounekti, 5 million or so on Balaquisha. So he has spent money on Celtic's behalf. Some of those deals have worked out really well. Some of the deals haven't worked out very well. Yep, we're discussing this a wee bit earlier on. I was surprised that they turned down 25 million for Engels. Clearly, Celtic must as I said earlier on, my expectation is we've got Arne Engels at the club for the next 4 months, February, March, April, May. That he'll be one of the ones who's getting moved on in the summertime. It does actually give Celtic a number of months to scout around and find replacements for midfield roles. I would also think for me, something Celtic should definitely do over the next few months is find someone to be a replacement for Callum McGregor, because for me he's been along with Diaz and Maida the two biggest disappointments in terms of consistent performances. We've been very reliant on McGregor as to be one of our key players for years and years and years. I think he's been very poor this year, both as a player and as a captain. I don't think he's led the team very well. I don't think his behaviour under Wilfred Nancy was very good, in that he was never available for press conferences, for interviews. He was very vocal for when Brendan Rodgers was the manager, vocal when Martin Neal was manager first time and this time, but he went completely silent under Wilfred Nancy. And I don't think that's very good as a captain, as a leader, as the person who should really be the spokesman for the players. That he kind of went missing, and there's been a lot of games, I think, recently where McGregor's been going missing. So I think one of Celtic's big priorities for this summer is a couple of midfielders, a sort of controlling central midfielder, which is the role that McGregor's played for years and years, and a proper defensive midfielder who can step into defence, into midfield, act as a third centre back at times, but also have good ability to tackle, break up play, etc., and then push the ball forward. Yep. So I think the only place that we could sell I think we can still send Arne Engels to places like Turkey and Greece and Saudi Arabia, America, a few others, but we can't sell them to England. We can't sell them to France, Germany, Italy. Spain stays open till 12 midnight, so they stay open until another hour or two more. But I don't think there's been any real interest outside of England and Germany for him. That could be it, but even so, I don't know what other people's experience is at work in the real world. But there are times that you may not be happy with your bosses, you may not be happy with your working conditions, but you need to keep on turning up for work. You need to keep on committing 100% to your job and to your employers. And if one of your jobs and roles within an organisation, a business, hospital, legal firm, school, whatever it might be, is to be a spokesperson, to be a leader, you need to keep on doing that role, because in essence, McGregor is being paid probably the second highest paid player at Celtic. He is the captain. He has a lot of responsibilities as the leader of the team, the spokesman for the team, and he should, in my opinion, maybe not other people's opinion, I think so. Maybe he could have had, and it's perfectly his right to talk to Nancy behind the scenes, just like it was McGregor's role, apparently, when things were stormy with Brendan Rodgers in the spell when Rodgers had come back in 23-24. Apparently, there were quite a lot of unhappiness behind the scenes, and it was Joe Hart and McGregor who went to Brendan Rodgers to voice the concerns of the players. So I've got no problem with McGregor voicing the players' concerns to Nancy's in private meetings, but I still think that McGregor has to turn up and be the captain on the pitch and be the captain off the pitch and be there in press conferences and stuff, and showing loyalty to his new manager, loyalty to his teammates, and loyalty to the club and to the fans. But fully take your point of view, Scott Dougal. It's just my point of view. Other people can have their own points of view. I've been very disappointed in Dyson Maida and Callum McGregor, and I don't think he's been as good a player for Celtic this season as he was last season or the season before the season before. I think his performance in 25-26, be it under Rodgers, O'Neill, Nancy, and O'Neill, hasn't been as good as it has been. And in several games where Celtic have got overrun in midfield, such as the Michelin game, such as spells in the Hearts game, spells in the Utrecht game, even spells in the Falkirk game, not too much the same amount, but also in the cup final against St Mirren, the previous game, which ended 1-0, where admittedly he scored a brilliant last-minute goal to give us a 1-0 win, but I don't think he has taken control of midfield as well as he could have and should have done. And I think his performances, when before he was a player who could play 90 minutes no bother for Celtic, he's had too many games where he's been in and out the game or played well for one half and then struggled in the second half. But that's just my opinion. Good. As I said, and thank you for backing up my opinion, your girl Bonnie Fife from all the way from Australia. I think he's been a brilliant servant for the club. I think he certainly should be still in Celtic's first team squad. I just don't think he is the first name on the team sheet the way he has been for the last maybe 3 years. Because up until last season, he would always be probably the first name on the team sheet, and he's reliably, when he was fit, played really, really well for Celtic. He gave up his international career to play for Celtic. I just don't think this season he's had the same amount of energy, passing ability, leadership ability that he's had in previous seasons. So I don't think he's the first name on the team sheet any longer. He is 32, so he is one of Celtic's older players. And I would love to see Celtic sign this summer a couple of players to take over being the midfield linchpin, or if we can convince Arne Engels to stay at the club, maybe we make him the first name on the team sheet. We make him the midfield linchpin, and we build the rest of the midfield around him. Yes, so the interesting players, Sigur from Hajduk Split, who there was a lot of interest in Celtic signing him. From recollections, not one I've looked at recently, but he is a Canadian player of Croatian origin, playing in for Hajduk Split. He's thought to be a really, really good, promising player, and it wouldn't be too surprising if that was a player that Celtic went back to, looking at him in the summer. I think it was Silas Anderson playing for Brann was another player that Celtic were strongly linked to. My understanding is that Brann said they weren't going to release Anderson under any circumstance in this window, so Celtic moved on to somebody else. Well, to be fair, Clashman Numpty, not sure whether you knew this or whether I've talked about it in other live streams or the videos. I'm actually a great fan of cooking. It's one of my main relaxations. My granddad was a professional chef. Used to be the chef at a very, very big Edinburgh hotel. So it is one of my. So yes, I would actually give cookery lessons if people wanted to go with live streams. And all I would also, one of the other things I would say is, I know it's a bit stupid me saying all I would say, because I save an awful lot of stuff just talking and rambling on out loud. This transfer window, pretty much all around Europe, has been actually quite disappointing. As I said, there's been one big signing in the English Premier League. That was the Strand Larsen going from Wolves to Crystal Palace. A couple of other deals in the English Premier League fell apart on the last day. It's been a generally pretty quiet transfer window for most of the big clubs in England. Man City's made 2 or 3 very good signings. Liverpool haven't made any signings as such. They've made a signing now for the summer, which they actually have been doing quite a bit recently. Thank you. Yes. Well, I say we had a wee chat about this on the last live stream. I don't think Wilfred Nancy will have received that much money in terms of severance pay, in that he was only employed by Celtic for 33, 34 days, and very, very few contracts would give you a big severance pay for that time. He only would have received 1 month's wages as such from Celtic, and it's my own personal opinion that Wilfred Nancy was a good manager for Celtic had he been signed in the summer of 25 or the summer of 26. And I think with a proper full transfer window, with a proper 8 weeks of pre-season, that his blueprints would have transmitted really well to Celtic's squad. I think actually Celtic had good players once they learned the system of the way that Nancy wanted to play football, particularly if we had players like Alistair Johnston, Carter Vickers in defence, Jota roving in one of the 3 forward positions. We actually had some really good players. We had a couple of players who didn't really fit the system. Ralston, Scales, McGregor didn't really fit the system very well. Partly because the endurance levels for McGregor, for Ralston, and for Scales weren't quite as good at that time as they needed to be for the system that Nancy was playing. That was part of the reason that one of the people that Nancy brought across with him was the fitness coach from Montreal and Columbus Crew, who had trained the players in Canada and in America to fit the Nancy system of all-out play. And it's only a few years ago since we played all-out football under Postecoglou. So clearly, when McGregor and Scales and Ralston were younger, they actually did have the endurance to play non-stop football for 90 minutes. It's quite clear that they didn't have that level anymore to play the Nancy system. So I think Nancy was a good manager. Had he come at the right time for Celtic, it would have worked out, but he came at the wrong time. But I think what Celtic wanted was a full-time manager in place in November, December, so that this transfer window could be exploited and used to maximum effectiveness. This transfer window, due to the fact we've got caretaker managers, we don't know who our manager is going to be in June of 26 onwards, it does make it really difficult to recruit any permanent players, because you could spend, let's say, £30 million on 3 players coming into Celtic, and maybe none of them fit the way that the new manager wants to set up their system. So maybe just for the sake of example, Robbie Keane comes in June, or Kjetil Knutsen comes from Bodo Glimt in June, and they say, "Oh, I don't want to play a 4-3-3. I'm now going to play a 5-3-2. We're going to play an old-fashioned 4-4-2, or we're going to play a 4-1-2-1-2 system." And suddenly you've got a whole lot of players who don't fit the new system, or they're having to learn that new system. So for me, it makes a lot of sense that we've got Cvancara on loan with an option to buy. We've got Adamu on a loan with an option to buy, and someone was suggesting that if the deal for Mvuka does go through, that would be a loan with an option to buy, maybe in partly due to the fact that he's got this medical issue that's still to be decided. Still nothing definite as far as I can see from any of the Celtic news sites regarding transfers. So just thank you. Thank you, your girl boy Bunny 5. It's nice that there's at least one person in the world that agrees with me about something. So very, very grateful for that. And as always, I am always open to debate. I'm always open to lots of people's opinions. I have at no point, unlike several other channels and moderators and presenters, I don't claim any knowledge. I just claim to be enthusiastic, and I've got a platform to talk about things. And it's absolutely wonderful that so many people have chosen to spend some time with me this evening as we watch the transfer window shutting, and officially it shuts in 9 minutes' time. Yep. Yes, timing. I think the timing on Nancy was all wrong. He took over Montreal, had a pre-season and a proper transfer window, did a great job there. He was the best manager in Major League Soccer, which is a stronger league actually than the Scottish League. He took an American team to the final of the equivalent of the Champions League in the CONCACAF region, losing to the Mexican champions. He was very successful with his style of football in America, very successful in the trans Central and Northern American Champions League version. So I think he would have been a big success at Celtic had he come at the right time. Yes. So the story from the Celts Are Here site is saying that Celtic have renegotiated the deal for Joel Mvuka. It was supposed to be a permanent transfer from Lorient to Celtic. It's now going to be a loan deal with an option to buy, and maybe whatever the medical issue, be it a musculoskeletal problem, or maybe it is relating to his previous heart condition, that gets resolved over the next few months whilst he's a Celtic player. That does suggest that maybe more likely it's a recurrence of well, yes, you can spend as many pennies as you like, and as I did say, although Celtic have taken these players on loan, there is with all these loan deals, there will be a fee paid by Celtic to the parent club for the privilege of taking their player on loan. So you pay their wages, you give them bonuses, etc., within their contracts, but you also are paying a few £100,000, £500,000, all kinds of things. No, that's if I'd been better prepared, I could have had some form of countdown thing. There is a countdown clock thing that's part of the StreamYard live stream website thing. But if I do put the countdown clock on, it means everything goes on mute and the screen goes blank and all kinds of things. So I won't be doing a countdown. But officially, we've got 6 minutes left. Yes, we theoretically could still get Lionel Messi. He plays for a Major League Soccer club. Their season is now ended, so players are much more easily available from the J League and from Major League Soccer than they are from most other leagues. We're talking about the fact that our transfer windows actually maybe did go better under Ange Postecoglou rather than they did under Brendan Rodgers. Postecoglou obviously signed a lot of players from Japan, signed Alistair Johnston from Major League Soccer. So maybe there's an indicator there that maybe Celtic need to start looking in the winter window for those leagues, and for the summer windows, the European and the British clubs, etc. I don't know. If that's true, and I haven't read that myself, but if that's true, that I think clearly signing Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain at 32 with him having not played regular first-team football for 6 months, it would be really just a stopgap move. However, what Celtic are looking for is something to tide them over, at the moment, tide them over from January, February of 2026 through to the end of May 2026. So we're looking for somebody to come in, do a job for 4 months, along with obviously the existing players who are already at the club. Michael Ross, I fully accept your point of view. I would say the signing of Araujo has been a big success. The signing of Cvancara on early evidence has been a big success. Araujo has been one of our best players throughout the whole of January. He obviously isn't eligible to play in the 2 European matches that we played, with the draw against Bologna, then a win against Utrecht. He will be eligible for the 2 knockout games against Stuttgart. I would guess that he and Cvancara will be 2 of the players that come in. You would guess also that probably Adamu is going to be another of the additions to the squad. But interesting, if Mikel Arteta is thinking about giving Oxlade-Chamberlain a short-term contract, that makes a lot of sense. He has been training at Arsenal with Mikel Arteta since last summer, keeping his fitness up fully. He hasn't been playing any competitive football, but you would guess he's been playing in practice games and behind closed door games with Arsenal and Arsenal's younger players. So if that is a true story, it makes to me a lot of sense. And I think he actually could come into Celtic and do a short-term good job. And his experience centrally, at the highest level internationally and in Europe, and for 2 massive big English clubs, can play central midfield. He can play wide right, wide left. I think he could be an experienced squad player, a good player to have on the bench, a good player to come on and give experience, etc. I'm not going to not say. So as things stand on the last day of the transfer window, Paul Maguire 3382, Junior Adamu, the Freiburg attacker, set striker, who can also play out wide on the right and the left, although he's almost exclusively a central player. He has been the only deadline day signing so far. According to the BBC journalist, Celtic are in the process of announcing a loan deal for Benjamin Arthur, who's a 6'4", under 20, under 19, under 18 England international, coming from Brentford on loan for the rest of the season. That's apparently in the pipeline, ready to be announced. And as I said, the purchase deal for Mvuka from Lorient appears now to have been changed to a loan deal with a buy clause at the end, if things work out for him at the club, and also presumably if whatever this medical issue is resolves itself as well. Having said all that, nobody in Scotland has had a particularly big successful transfer window. Hearts, I think, signed a couple of players, neither of whom I would suspect anybody had ever heard of before Hearts signed them. Rangers signed a pretty much unknown left back from Belgium. They signed the Skov Olsen, who had been a really, really successful player in Norwegian football, then moved, not very successful in Italy, not very successful in Germany. Before he came to Rangers, he was playing with the Wolfsburg academy team. So he dropped out of the first team into the second team, out the second team, and he was playing and training with the academy players. His couple of games so far for Rangers, as far as I can see, have been very, very disappointing. So it's not as if anybody else in Scotland has signed anyone of any particular quality. On first impressions, I would say the best two players signed into Scottish football this transfer window have been Julian Araujo, signed by us on loan from Bournemouth, and Thomas Cvancara, signed on loan from Borussia Mönchengladbach. I don't think any club in Scotland on first impressions has signed anybody better than those two players. Now, it may be that a couple of the players who've been signed by Hearts or signed by Rangers will turn into surprise big successes. We'll only find out. But on first impressions, for me, the two best players signed this year, this January window, have been both signed by Celtic. Now, maybe that's my green coloured glasses putting a very positive spin on things, but I don't think anybody has signed anybody better than those two players. I don't think someone was making a comment about Mikel Arteta not giving Celtic any favours. Well, it doesn't really come down to Mikel Arteta. It comes down to Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, in that Arteta has no control over what Oxlade-Chamberlain does. Oxlade-Chamberlain is a free agent. He's not under contract to anybody. He's training with Arsenal, but Arsenal's got no control over what he does or doesn't do. So so it makes no real difference what Mikel Arteta wants. If Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain wants to come and play for Celtic on a 4-month contract to the end of the season, that's up to him. It's got absolutely nothing at all to do with Mikel Arteta. And similarly, Arteta did prevent Kieran Tierney coming to play for Celtic on loan last January window. Couldn't prevent Kieran Tierney signing for Celtic. So Arteta did certainly, it would appear, block Tierney coming to Celtic early last transfer window, but didn't do anything to stop Tierney coming to play for us in the summer of 25 onwards. So Oxlade-Chamberlain is not under contract to Arsenal. Just Arsenal are being good enough to let him train at their facilities day in, day out and keep his match practice and his fitness up. But they won't have any ability to govern who he signs for or who he doesn't sign for. Although if he was offered a 4-month contract by Celtic and a 4-month contract by Arsenal, my suspicion is he'd prefer to take the 4-month contract to Arsenal, because Arsenal is playing in the biggest league in the world, richest league in the world, highest prestigious league in the world. Arsenal are top of the English Premier League. They were unbeaten throughout the Champions League. They're the number 1 seeds in the Champions League. They've got a very strong chance of winning the English Premier League and the Champions League this summer. Yes, as the BBC site has said, that the window has slammed shut, although, as we all know, that doesn't mean that the window has slammed shut, in that things are liable to keep on bubbling under for the next couple of hours or so. In essence, as long as the initial paperwork is in with the relevant football associations by 11 o'clock or whenever the transfer window shuts in those countries, the deal can still go through in the next 1 hour, 2 hours. And as was the case with Kelechi Iheanacho last year, the deal can even get signed tomorrow if that player is a free agent, as Kelechi Iheanacho was last summer. And as for the sake of example, as is the window shuts at 11 p.m. on this year, February the 2nd. So Rangers can't negotiate an extension, but as long as their paperwork was in electronically or by fax or whatever by 11 p.m., they can keep on negotiating and keep on sorting things out. But the official preliminary paperwork has to be in place. By 5 minutes ago. So we're now shut by 5 minutes. It did look like, from what I've been it did look like from what I was looking at, Rangers may or may not have been making one extra signing today. There were rumours that they were moving 4 players on away from the club. Rothwell, Matondo, and a couple of others. I can't remember the names at the moment. But they were moving Danilo and somebody else. So they were moving 4 players on, possibly bringing 1 player in. That player coming from German 2nd division football. So again, not really a top level player. Now he may be a really super duper player. I don't know. But he may really, in that there are some very good players playing 2nd level football in the biggest leagues in the world. We were very close to signing Gajemas of Frosinone, the leaders of Serie B. He looks like a very promising player. He chose to stay playing in Italy rather than moving to Scotland. He is actually out of contract at the end of this season, so he actually has kept his options open for moving on to basically anybody in the world without his club Frosinone being able to control who he goes to and where he doesn't go to, because he's now past the point where his contract's got less than 6 months to go. So he, in essence, can negotiate with his agent any deal that he feels like, and Frosinone can no longer block him. Which is why I was a bit surprised that Celtic were offering €6 million for him, given the fact that he's going to be out of contract and available for nothing in the summer of 2026. Yes, so the window is shut. Now, as I said, several different sites are suggesting that Celtic will be announcing the loan deal for Benjamin Arthur, the 6'4" young defender from Brentford, and Mvuka coming from French football over the next hour or so. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out in the next hour or two. My plan was to keep on talking for another hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm probably not going to keep on going past 1 o'clock in the morning, but if the various different websites are suggesting there might still be prospects of something happening, I'm happy to keep on talking till 1 o'clock, no bother at all. But Martin D. for Rich, you make a good point. The transfer window is nearly shut. It's just all the late deals, the deals that went through with the paperwork going through at the last minute, the ones still to be announced. So it does raise a few other topics that we can maybe talk about whilst we're waiting for things just to fully finish. So one thought, just looking a bit further forward. So the winter window is shut, or pretty much just about to be shut, with just those to say that the last hour or two of late deals to be announced. So Celtic now will be looking forward to the summer transfer window in 2026. And in essence, thinking ahead to the summer of 2026, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if several of the current squad move on. I suspect that Arnie Engels will be moving on in the summer. Dyson Maid will be moving on in the summer. Rio Atati will be moving on in the summer. Not massively sure what the contract that Kelechi Iheanacho has with Celtic. It may again be one that ends on the last day of the season, i.e. he'll be a free agent this summer. Kasper Schmeichel, his contract ends at the end of this season as well, although he may or may not sign an extension to that. BBC saying there's still a few announcements they're expecting to happen soon. In essence, it would appear that Celtic do have the option to sign Cvancara and Adamu as permanent players. They're both current internationals for European countries, about the same kind of level of quality as Scotland internationally. They're both moving from big teams in Germany. So they're both coming from high-level teams in Germany. Yes, I'm an optimistic person. I tend to put a positive angle on most things. It has been a disappointing transfer window. I think that's largely been due to the fact that right at the very start of the transfer window, Celtic changed their manager. We went from a permanent manager in Wilfred Nancy to a caretaker manager in O'Neill and Maloney. Yep. Yes, so well done, Zero Toaster. Celtic's official website has announced Benjamin Arthur coming to be on loan to Celtic, saying that he is Celtic's fourth edition of this transfer window. Currently an England under 20 international, playing for Brentford at the moment. And he's played for Brentford, as I say, in the first team, a couple of Caribou Cup games, and also in the FA Cup game, it says, against, and also playing in the FA Cup as well for them. It says he's going to bring good height, strength, and speed. And in essence, it's kind of implying he's going to be a squad player rather than being a first choice player at Celtic. Yes, so to answer the question, Pinball 7992, Celtic just announced in the last few seconds that Benjamin Arthur has come to Celtic on loan. Your other question regarding Mvuka. Mvuka apparently at his medical yesterday had a medical issue was highlighted. It's not been released exactly what the medical issue was. It would appear over the course of Monday, Celtic and Lorient were renegotiating the deal. So it's gone from being a permanent £3 million transfer to being a loan with a purchase clause at the end. The loan with a purchase clause at the end hasn't been announced officially by Celtic, but the loan deal with Benjamin Arthur has been announced officially by Celtic. It's up on the Celtic website now. Oh, right. And according to Sligo Boy 8152, so it may well be true. Mvuka's, it says, will be announced at 11:25. It says that On the BBC site, they're confirming that Anthony has come. That Benjamin Arthur rather has come from Brentford, and they're saying that Brentford spent £1 million on him 2.5 years ago to transfer him from the Peterborough Academy to Brentford. So he clearly was a very, very promising teenager. £1 million transfer at the age of 17, 18 from Peterborough Academy to the Brentford team. Hasn't broken into the first team on a regular basis at Brentford. 3 first team games. Well, again, there are obviously going to be hundreds and thousands of football players out in the world who have heart conditions, diabetes, lung problems. One of Celtic's greatest players of all time, Paul McStay, had lifelong asthma. There are plenty of players in the world who've got heart problems, lung problems, diabetes, thyroid problems, all kinds of conditions. So a player having a medical condition, if it's well managed, is of no real consequence. As I said, Mvuka's medic heart problem was discovered when he was a young man, a teenager. He's now 23, so he's been playing for the best part of 5 or 6 years with this heart condition. And he played very well for Bodo Glimt. He's not had a great career so far for Lorient, partly due to the fact they've changed his position from traditional right wing to Yes, Kanu of Arsenal and various other different clubs. He had a heart condition. He was a very, very good player. As I was saying, Paul McStay had lifelong asthma, super player. There are plenty of players who are diabetics, and it doesn't impact on their ability to play football. Well, with respect to everybody, I'm allowed to have an opinion just like everybody else is allowed to have an opinion. And another good example, Christian Eriksen. No one knew that Christian Eriksen had a heart problem until he collapsed on the pitch and effectively died playing for Denmark in the Euro Nations. He successfully got treated for his heart problem, came back to play for a couple of English teams. There are lots and lots of players out there in the world who've got heart conditions. Christian Eriksen, from memory, has a heart defibrillator now in his body that stops his heart going into these fatal arrhythmias. Sligo Boy, yep. Danny Nygren diagnosed with diabetes in 1974 when he was, or around that time, when he was on Scotland duty at the World Cup. He then carried on playing for Celtic for a long time at the very highest level, despite the fact that he was an insulin-controlled diabetic. There are literally dozens and dozens and hundreds of footballers all around the world with chronic health conditions, which, if they're well managed, don't impact on their lives. Kanu's a good example. McGrain's a good example. McStay. Someone was pointing out Christian Eriksen. Collapsed and died on the pitch, had his defibrillator put in place, and he then played 2 or 3 more seasons. I think it was Brentford, and then he played obviously for Man United. Not quite sure what his situation is at the moment. Yeah, so. And as with any condition, you can have a condition that's well controlled, it goes out of control, you get new treatment, it goes back under control. And a person has a medical, I'm sure people have gone to a doctor or an occupational health nurse or whatever, and they find out there's a problem with your blood pressure. You didn't know there was a problem with your blood pressure. or you go and see your doctor or your doctor's nurse and they do a urine test or a blood test and they find out that at the age of 56 you're diabetic, or at the age of 58 you've got a kidney problem, or they find out when they check your blood pressure as a routine thing that your blood pressure's high. You don't know your blood pressure's high until it's tested. So this sounds like, if that's what the condition is with Mvuka, they didn't know that his medical condition wasn't well controlled anymore. He'd been happily playing as a sub for Lorient this season. He has a medical. They find out that it's an issue. I don't know the full details of it, but obviously David Turnbull, a few transfer windows ago, had a medical, had a knee scan. It showed a knee problem. There's a player who was lined up to go from Crystal Palace to one of the Milan clubs. He had a medical and some scans that showed a problem that no one knew about. So clearly people go for medicals for football or for real life normal things, and things are found that weren't known about. I don't think you can blame the board for them doing due diligence, getting a player a medical. Now, it may also be whether you can have your own opinions about things, and I can have my own opinions about things. People can accept my opinion, disagree with my opinion. As long as everyone's polite to me and polite to each other, I'm very happy. And people can say what they want. And if people want to be positive about things, and rather than being miserable about things, people can be positive about things rather than being miserable. I've supported Celtic since 1972, so supported Celtic through some terrible years in the 80s and 90s when we were coming third and fourth in the league. Never mind 13 titles in the last 14 seasons, 5 trebles and 8 doubles in that time. Yes, and well, John Hartson, obviously, he turned out to have what in essence was an unknown cancer that was picked up on routine medical testing. You're quite right. Issues that players maybe like John Hartson or Lee Griffiths had in their social lives, their private lives, they weren't really cropped up in any medicals at various different points. But John Hartson's a good example. A player who had a pretty terrible diagnosis, picked up routinely. He then underwent pretty radical treatment with surgery and chemotherapy and stuff, and then has come back to full health. So I don't think it's very fair to blame the board for someone having a health problem picked up at the medical. Good. I'm glad you've supported the club for even longer than I have. But I think you would probably agree that in the 80s and 90s, Celtic had a lot of terrible years where we were coming way behind Rangers, we were coming behind Dundee United, coming behind Aberdeen. There were years where we were coming third, fourth in the league, not winning titles. We had some good players in those years. We had the Van Hooijdonks and stuff. I think Van Hooijdonk won one trophy in his whole Celtic career. There were lots of players who were really good Celtic players who hardly won anything in their careers at Celtic. Yes, good point. Strange love the doctor. I think I would tend to agree with you there. I think under the circumstances, with Celtic sacking their permanent manager a couple of days into the transfer window, at which point, to give Celtic credit, they had signed Araujo on loan, so they got that deal in really nice and early. Clearly, that was a player that Nancy had earmarked, and to give credit to Nancy and whoever scouted him, Araujo has turned out to be a really good signing for Celtic, albeit it's on loan currently. That might change. Maybe because Araujo is enjoying himself so much at Celtic, he might ask to be transferred from Bournemouth to Celtic. I I think Celtic probably would be able to afford Araujo's transfer fee. I think having Johnston and Araujo as our two right backs, backed up by young Colby Donovan, I think that would be a very useful thing. So I think, as I said, the fact that we don't have a permanent manager, we don't know who our manager is going to be in June, July onwards. I think we've done a pretty decent job. For me, and again, this is just my opinion, other people can say what they want. The two best players signed in January in all of Scottish football, quality-wise, have been Araujo and Cvancara. Araujo has been pretty much 100% present when he's been selectable for all the Scottish games. He's played really, really well in all the Scottish games. Cvancara, 60-odd minutes against Hearts. I thought he was really good against Hearts. Hit the bar with a header and set up the second goal. Scored a goal in his home debut. I think Cvancara is going to be a really good signing for Celtic. Celtic do have the option to buy Cvancara in the summer, just like we got the option to buy Adamu in the summer. That means the new manager, when they come in June, presumably, does have the option to try to change those two deals from loans into permanent signings. I would guess over the next few months, again, just a guess, speculation, that Celtic will be exploring with Marcelo Sirachi and Julian Araujo whether they want to stay at Celtic in the longer term, whether they want to go back to their parent clubs. It looks like Araujo has slipped down the pecking order at Bournemouth in the right wing back role. Sirachi's not terribly popular with his current parent club. So I think he'll be moving on one way or the other. Both Araujo and Sirachi will have the benefit of playing in the World Cup, so they'll be in the shop window for the whole world to sign them. Honestly, don't know quite how the board will be next season. Whether Nicholson and Mackay carry on in their roles, I don't know. Whoever does those roles, somebody will be doing those roles. As I was saying a wee bit earlier on, Nicholson has made Celtic a lot of money in terms of transfer fees in and out. Celtic are a very, very rich club. As I said, they've reinvested a lot of money, not necessarily in transfer fees over the last 2 or 3 years, but they've invested a lot of money into player salaries and salaries for non-playing people, such as the admin people, the merchandising people, grounds people, etc. All of Celtic's employees got a pay rise in the summer of 2025. The playing budget has gone up year by year. It's gone up this year from last year. It's going up next year from this year. Celtic have got big commitments in terms of player salaries. People like Jota, Tierney, McGregor, Carter-Vickers, all on big money. The kind of big money that's allowed them to be loyal to Celtic when possibly they could have moved on. McGregor is on about £2 million a year. Jota's on about the same, so is Carter-Vickers. Tierney's on, it's said to be £2.5 million a year basics. That's a lot of money for those 4 or 5 players. You've got players like Maeda, Hattati, Johnston, several others who are on the £1.5 million per year. Some people were even saying that Luke McCowan's contract is bordering on £1 million a year, which I find a bit unbelievable. I think David Stockley make a good point. I think that probably one way or another this summer, with quite a number of players moving on, quite often after a World Cup, there is quite a lot of transitions and turnover of players. A lot of players make their name at World Cups and move from smaller countries, smaller teams to bigger teams. Some, like those at Celtic in the short window, the Araujo's, the Sirachis, the Maidas, maybe Hitati, several others will be in the short window. They'll move on. I think also we're getting towards the end of the careers of Schmeichel, Forrest, McGregor, Ralston, several others. So I think there already was going to be quite a turnover of staff, quite a turnover of playing staff this summer. Also, we're going to have a brand new manager in the summer. Sligo boy, you make a really good point of view. The summer window is going to be a rather awkward thing to negotiate, given the fact that we're going to have a lot of the better players in the world are going to be away on World Cup duty. Celtic also will have to be back in, like all the Scottish clubs, early in pre-season, because they'll have European qualifiers to go through for the various different European competitions, Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, etc. So it's not going to be an easy job for whoever takes on the Celtic permanent job. So whoever does take over the job in the summer is going to have a difficult time. So confirming that Benjamin Arthur has come from Brentford to Celtic. No word on whether Stephen Welsh is staying or going back to Motherwell, but you would guess that he's on his way back to Motherwell, although maybe because that was announced so late that it'll be too late to send him back to Motherwell. We'll find out in the next hour or so what's going to be the case. I think you make a really good point, Paul Bowman. I don't think Celtic probably would want to commit the amount of money that Raheem Sterling or Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain are used to in terms of what would be only short-term signings. I think both, to be fair, I think both Oxlade-Chamberlain and Raheem Sterling, assuming that they have retained their fitness, and both of them have been training on a daily basis with Premier League clubs, even though they haven't been playing first-team football since last summer. I think they both could do a perfectly good job playing for Celtic in Scottish football. Sterling, still a player with with a lot of talent, a lot of speed for a player of his age. Actually, Chamberlain was doing really well in Turkish football, but he chose to leave Besiktas to come back he chose to let his contract run down in Besiktas. He didn't get any offers last summer, and he's kept himself fit in training, but he hasn't been given any permanent offers. Someone was saying a wee bit earlier on that Mikel Arteta, the manager of Arsenal, was considering giving him a short-term contract to cover for injuries within the Arsenal squad. As I was saying a wee bit earlier on, with Celtic not having a permanent manager, the fact that Celtic are getting players in on loan rather than buying them makes a lot of sense, in that you might find that whoever comes in to take over Celtic permanently in June of 2026, assuming that's when Celtic appoint their new manager, it may be in the next few weeks, months, that it's announced that such and such will be coming in to be Celtic manager as of the 1st of June 2026, the day after the Scottish season 25-26 shuts. So who knows? And it makes a lot of sense that the new manager doesn't have a whole string of players who he is obliged to have in his squad when he needs to bring in his own players to fit his system. Celtic had a wee bit of that difficulty with the transition between Ange Postecoglou and Brendan Rodgers, in that some players were already signed for the club when Postecoglou was still manager, and there was still some question about whether he was coming back for another season. Then he transpired he went off to Spurs, but Celtic had a few players lined up to come in that Rodgers was obliged to take over. Then Rodgers then put in his own transfer systems and his own transfer scouting and brought some players of his own in over the rest of that summer. And basically Celtic got a lot of criticism for having 3 or 4 players already signed as players when Rodgers came in June of 2023, because they had been signed and brought in essence, under the supervision of when Ange Postecoglou was in charge of transfers and recruitment and stuff. So Celtic got criticism in summer of 2023 for having players already in place for Rodgers, what then turned out to be Rodgers taking over as manager. So in essence, I don't think Celtic either way can win. So yes, we've got players in on loan. That gives Celtic the flexibility to keep them or not keep them. The fact a player is on a loan with no purchase clause at the end doesn't mean that you can't buy them at the end of that spell. If Sarachi and Araujo are particularly enjoying themselves in Scotland, they can stay. The difference with the deals for Mvuka, if that does go through, but the deals with Cvancara and Adamu is if they enjoy being at Celtic and it works out with Celtic having those players and the new manager wants them, then there is a deal already in place and a price already in place that both teams are happy with. The players happy, the clubs are happy, that all goes through really quickly, and that solves things. And that kind of thing can also be decided very, very early in the summer transfer window of 2026. So that could easily be several players all there on day one of the transfer window or day 2 of the transfer window in the summer, all ready to be Celtic players who have got used to the player, used to the country, used to the team, used to the structure and their teammates, and it's all ready to go straight into the qualifiers. Well, certainly, strange love the Doctor, that's one point of view. I largely agree with pretty much everything you're saying. There are tons of Celtic fans out there who are still massively loyal to Brendan Rodgers, felt that he couldn't do anything wrong. In terms of winning trophies for Celtic, he did a very good job as Celtic manager first time around. Then he deserted us, came back, won lots of trophies second time around. I do feel a lot of the behind-the-scenes things at Celtic haven't been so good since Postecoglou left and Rodgers took over. The transfer windows, the recruitment, the player progression from academies and reserve academy sides into first team, the sending players out on loan to get them experience. Don't think any of these things have been quite so good when we transitioned from Postecoglou to Rodgers. Whether that was down to those 2 managers, whether it's down to the backroom people, I don't know. Yes, so it appears the appointment of Rodgers was largely down to the influence of Dermot Desmond. Dermot Desmond and Brendan Rodgers had been friends for a long, long time. They had been golf buddies, holidayed together, socialised together in their Spanish holiday homes. And so I think a large part of Rodgers coming back second time around was due to the influence of Dermot Desmond. And much like it was the influence of Dermot Desmond that got O'Neill back the first time and the second time, and a large part of the influence of Desmond was the appointment of Wilfred Nancy. That deal with Nancy didn't work out. We've gone back to Martin O'Neill, and we've regained the form that we had in his first interim spell. At the moment, Martin O'Neill has so far in his 2 spells with Celtic second time around has lost one game to Michelin, drawn one game to which was Hearts, and he's won every single other game. Every game under O'Neill in the league, in first spell and second spell, has been a home clean sheet. He's got a brilliant record for Celtic in his previous first-time manager in 2000. He's had a brilliant record with these players in his 2 interim spells. Yes, Martin, make a good point. I think it's a good point. Other people may have different opinions. I think personally, it's a good thing to be positive about something that you love, something that you care for. I love Celtic. I care for Celtic. That's why I like to be positive about Celtic. I dare say people in real lives are positive about their spouses, their kids, their jobs, their house, their holidays, their possessions, and generally people for me should be nice and positive. Anyway, yes, Rodgers is a good manager. Yes, Rodgers is a good manager. He did very well at Celtic both times around, won a ton of trophies both times around at Celtic. Had a pretty unsuccessful time at Liverpool. He's the only manager at Liverpool who's been a manager for 3 years or more at Liverpool and won zilch. He did have a decent record at Leicester, went down there, inherited a good squad from his predecessor, took them to a cup final, took them into Europe, and then in his second, third, and part of the fourth season, Leicester went down and down and downhill, just like at Liverpool in season 3 and his season 4. At both those clubs, he had half a season 4, and things got worse and worse the longer he stayed at Leicester, the longer he stayed at Liverpool. Sacked by Liverpool in season 4, sacked by Leicester in season 4, and at season 3 at Celtic was turning out to be a problem with keeping the club moving forward and forward and forward. Anyway, so still waiting for some kind of update about the Joel Mvuka deal. Just check on the other place to see whether anything's coming in there. Certainly, lots of places confirming or suggesting that a deal to confirm Mvuka coming to the club is imminent, but they've been saying that for about the last hour or so. So we'll see if anything actually does come in officially. Celtic FC site hasn't actually announced anything. Some suggestions that it's going to be announced in the near future that Stephen Welsh has gone back to Motherwell again. That's not been officially confirmed, but certainly a suggestion just at 23:42, so 2 minutes ago. So just on that very topic, no confirmation that Welsh has gone back to Motherwell. It may be with the Benjamin Arthur deal being a late confirmation that it might have been too late to get Welsh loaned back to Motherwell, although, as I said, a couple of different Celtic-related websites are saying that Welsh is on his way back to Motherwell, although, again, as I said, no official confirmation from Celtic FC, no official confirmation from Motherwell FC, and no sort of corroborating confirmation from BBC Scotland or Sky or anybody like that. And say nothing definite for the reason that the reason that the board can remain in place is because the board the appointment of the board is controlled by other people. The appointment of the board is down to the shareholders. The majority shareholder is Dermot Desmond. Whoever Dermot Desmond is in partnership in terms of steering the board votes. And clearly, he has got 50% one way or another because he has the controlling interest in the club. So, in essence, the appointment of the board is probably at the discretion of Dermot Desmond, unless the other 60% of the shareholders all gang up and overthrow Dermot Desmond's power at the club. In terms of things which aren't terribly important in terms of football, but are important if you're looking at Celtic as being a business. Celtic are a very, very successful club in terms of share price, stocks and shares, trading. It's still a very highly sought after share on the stock exchange. It's got massive investment from lots and lots of very rich financial firms, big banks, big investment funds, hedge funds, etc. Celtic is seen as being a very, very safe bet to improve your money. So you buy millions of shares in Celtic and your money will go up and up because Celtic's brand goes up and up. It's a global football club. It's an extremely successful football club, as we were saying just maybe 5-10 minutes ago. 13 titles in the last 14 years, five trebles, 8 doubles, something along those lines. Incredible success for the last 14 years, incredible success for the last 25 years. Admittedly, that's not transferred itself into European success, although it is extremely difficult for anybody outside a big league to be really successful in Europe. Now you can have, as Bodo Glimt have done, Karabag have done, Bruges have done, some of the other smaller, medium-sized European countries, that you can get teams through to the last 16. You can get teams through into the last 8 of Europa Leagues and Conference Leagues. But in terms of actually winning the Champions League, we're going right back to over 20 years to when a big 5 league team didn't win the Champions League. So Porto were under Mourinho, the season after they beat Celtic in the UEFA Cup final, they won the Champions League final. That's the last time any medium-sized country league has won the top tournament in European football. Thereafter, it's always been Germany, Italy, Spain, England, France that's won. And it's been those countries who've been getting nearly everybody through to the last 16, the last 8, the last 4 into finals. It's been a long, long time since a medium-sized country got anybody deep into the Champions League. So as Strangelove the Doctor was saying about half an hour ago, I think this transfer window has been decent but not good. So if I was going to give it a grading, if I were thinking about this being an essay at school, at university or whatever, I would give it a C+, a B-, something along those lines. I think in Cvancara and Araujo, we've got 2 very, very good players. For me, they're the best 2 players who've come into Scottish football in January. Way better than anything Rangers have signed, way better than anything Hearts have signed, way better than anybody else has signed in Scotland. Junior Adamu, who is a current Austrian international, great record in Austrian football. He's scored goals this year in the Europa League. To be fair, Gary and Cheryl Simpson, I didn't said it's been brilliant. I said it's been decent. I said it was a C-, a B+. A C+, a B-, i.e. it's not good, but it's not, for me, it's not been a failure. It's been, under the circumstances, sacking your permanent manager 2 or 3 days into the window, then having caretaker managers with respect, Michael Ross, if I want to make excuses, if you see these as excuses, these are just my opinions. You're allowed to put forward your opinion. I'm allowed to put forward my opinion. We don't have to agree in our opinions. And at no point ever have I said in the 2.5 years of doing this channel that I am right about anything. I'm giving my opinions, and people can take them, accept them, disagree with them, debate them. As long as everybody's polite in their debating and there's no swearing, there's no insults, there's no nastiness, I'm very happy to be wrong about everything I ever say. And I don't see them as excuses. I'm saying these are just what I think. So if I think it's been a C plus B minus transfer window, that's me. That's what I think. And if I say it's that because Cvancara, I think, is a super signing. I think Araujo is a really good signing as well. Araujo has been, I think, a 7 out of 10 player in every game he's played for Celtic so far. He's playing the right back position as well as Alistair Johnston has been playing it for the last 2 years. So if we had Johnston and Araujo playing right back for the rest of the season, once Johnston comes back next month, I think we're really well stocked at that position. I think a combination of Adamu and Cvancara is going to be really powerful as our main striker. If players like Yang and Nygren and Maeda and Engels and McGregor can all start scoring goals on a regular basis, the way that Nygren is at the moment, the way that Maeda did last season, the way that Kuhn did coming from that position last season, I think Celtic are very well stocked for the rest of the season. Thank you, Strange Love the Doctor. Junior Adamu is a good signing. So I think Celtic have got in Araujo, well, all of Livingston's signings have been permanent signings for small money. Celtic have made lots of loans, which costs money because you pay a loan fee for every player that's brought in on loan. So the loan deal to bring in Araujo, the loan deal to bring in Cvancara, Adamu, Arthur from Brentford, Mvuka, if that does go through. For all those, there's a loan fee that you pay to bring that player on loan, plus you pay their wages. So Livingston might have made several purchases of players on a permanent deal. Celtic, due to the circumstances, have made several loan deals, all of which attract a loan fee. So Celtic are spending hundreds of thousands on each of those players or more. We don't know the exact details of all those deals, but there is a loan fee for all those players. So if you take a player on loan for the whole season, you're paying a lot more money for that whole season. I was saying a wee bit earlier on, when Rangers took Fabio Silva on loan, they spent £1.5 million basic for having Silva on loan to them from January to May that year, that half a year. Plus they paid 100% of Silva's loan, actual wages, salary, contract for that spell as well. So they spent about £4 million on Fabio Silva for that 5 months. Thank you, Tommy Gunn. Yes, if people want to debate, great. Please do it politely. No swearing, no abuse, no nastiness. I'm just a Celtic fan like everybody else here. It is nearly midnight. I'm not getting paid to do this. The live streams are completely free. It doesn't make the channel one single penny doing a live stream, because live streams shouldn't have advertising as part of it. Part of the reason for that is on live streams, people quite often use swear words, which means you don't get any advertising fees. So the live stream is done completely for free because I enjoy doing live streams. What I don't enjoy is people being rude, abusive, swearing at me, calling me some horrible, horrible names. I've only ever excluded one person off of the live stream in the 5 months I've been doing these live streams. And that's because they said some horrible, horrible, disgusting, nasty, abusive stuff. The kind of thing that if you said that in public or in the print, it would be court cases for what that person said to me in the comment section. That's the only person I've ever excluded. It's because the person was really slanderous, libelous, abusive. So I'm very happy for people to have opinions, but if you can have an opinion, I can have an opinion. Yes, and the only reason, Dr. Strangelove, that I do try and police people having abusive comments or swearing in the comment section is because it can potentially impact on YouTube shutting down your channel. Now, as of yet, I haven't had any warnings from YouTube about language, comments, etc. in the comment section. But it's something I have to guard against because I am a small channel. I'm a complete amateur. I do this for fun. Fair enough. I'm not saying you're being rude. I'm just saying people in the past have been rude. But also, I'm allowed to have my opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion, and so you are allowed to have an opinion as well. So, if I'm willing to let you have an opinion and allowing you to share your opinion and voice what you thought, surely I should get to voice my opinion as well. I'm not saying anybody's being rude. I'm not saying you're being rude, but people in the past have been rude. One person, very severely rude. Yes, as I said, I've got no problem. People can put their points across. I think we're going down a rabbit hole. Can we maybe just let's sort of leave that to one side and start moving forward again. I don't want to put anybody on the notice that I'm very happy for everybody to have their opinions. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody feels that they can put forward their opinion and no one's going to be rude and nasty and abusive and critical and stuff. Well, Michael Ross, I'm not twisting anybody's words. You weren't on the live streams, the 2 live streams when a person was incredibly nasty to me. And as I said, I'm doing this for fun. I'm not doing. There's no money attached to this. I'm doing this for fun. I'm letting everybody have a message board, an ability to share their opinions. That's all I'm trying to do. Thank you, Paul McGuire. Thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate. I'm glad that nearly everybody else appreciates it. Still no word on. Still no word on signing Joel Mvuka. As far as I can see, it does confirm now that Stephen Welsh has gone back to Motherwell. Still no word about Joel Mvuka coming to Celtic for definite. Lots and lots of different sites are saying that it's going to happen, but nobody has said that it has happened. I think the plan was that both the Benjamin Arthur and the Mvuka deal would be announced around about the same time. but that hasn't come through. Yes, so Paul McCowan, my understanding, the reason that Maloney and O'Neill organised Welsh to come back to Celtic in January is to do with the fact that once you've played for one team, you've played for two teams in the same season, you can't play for a third team. So I think that what the hope was is that bringing Welsh back gave them an extra option at centre back to cover the busy fixtures throughout the rest of January. Obviously, it turned out well for Celtic in that with Welsh playing in the cup game against Oxlade-Chamberlain, that gave our other centre backs a bit of a rest. Obviously, with Trusty being sent off against Hearts, being suspended, that then meant there was going to be a space on the bench to replace Murray, who's into the first team. So I think it was just to give a bit of flexibility while Celtic were a couple of centre-backs down. He's now gone back to Motherwell. My understanding is that's still just a loan deal. There's no transfer fee attached to that. So he will be coming back to Celtic theoretically in the summer. So I think it made good financial sense, good playing sense. Good, thank you, Michael Ross. I'm sorry if I got a bit carried away. It's actually really very difficult talking and thinking and reading and trying to work out the right thing to say, whilst also keeping an eye on the comment section, trying to draw up nice, interesting comments. I do apologise if anybody's been offended or upset by anything I've said, and I'm glad that you do like what I try and do. Yes, it has been rather a long day, Sugar Man. Maybe some of us, including me, are just a wee bit on the side, on the tired side as well. I was like everybody out there in Celtic land or out in the real world. I was hoping that we would have been signing a few more players over the course of this month, signing a few more better quality players than we have over this month. For me, there are positives. Araujo, Cvancara, I think they've both proven to be successes. I think Adamu is going to prove to be a success. I think the fact that we've kept hold of Hatate, Engels, Trusty, Maeda, Tounekti is all very positive. I think the fact that we've got Iheanacho back from injury, Sriracha should be coming back from injury in the next week or so. All the rumours are suggesting that Alistair Johnston should be back at the end of February, the start of March. All those are very positive things. And so I think one of the things I always think about, say, is that sometimes the best way to think about a transfer window isn't as we are the last few minutes of the transfer window, the window's actually shut, so where it's all winding down. It's actually in a few days' time, actually thinking about the positives, the negatives. So we have brought in an apparently good centre forward who has taken to the team well in Cvancara. We've signed a really good, I think, right back on loan. He's going to come back. He's going to be a successful player for us the rest of the season. So even if Johnston isn't back fully fit or Johnston's limited in his first couple of months coming back into the first team, I think we've got a very, very trusted right back alternatives. I think Donovan's going to get better and better the older he gets. I think, as I said, we've kept hold of Trusty. I think Trusty, since he came back from injury late in the Rodgers, early in the Neil spell, I think he's been a very successful, consistent player for Celtic. He's had some very good performances. I think Celtic's got some really good players. I think Engels still is a bit inconsistent, not unexpected for such a young player. And we've kept hold of him. We've kept hold of basically all the players that we wanted to keep hold of are still all Celtic players, at least to the end of the season. I think 3 or 4 or more of them will be gone by the end of the will be gone at the start of the next season. Yes, that's something I've discussed on previous live streams. I think it would be really helpful if somebody from Celtic's physio staff or medical staff every now and again was put up at press conferences just to quickly talk through where players like Jota, Carter-Vickers, Johnston, Osmond, Iheanacho, Sriracha are in terms of coming back from injury. Always found when Rodgers or Nancy or O'Neill ever does a press conference, they're always very vague about when players are coming back, talking about, oh, he's back on the grass. Well, great, he's back on the grass, but when's he going to be back playing in the first team? When's he going to be fit to be on the bench? When's he going to be fit to be in the team? And in lots of other sports, the medical staff, the physio staff are available for press conferences. They're available for interviews and stuff, and they actually will put themselves up in front of the press and in front of the fans and say, so-and-so is 2 weeks from being back to playing in the team, or so-and-so is back in training and they'll be back in first team contention next for the next home fixture after the international break, whatever it might be. Yes, as I was trying to allude to earlier on, the 2 spells we've had under Martin O'Neill have been pretty much incredible in terms of success. One defeat, that was to Michelin. One draw, that was to Hearts. Every other game has been a win, including several games over that period where we've maybe not even been the best team on the pitch. Against Falkirk, they had more shots than us, more shots. They had more shots. They had just as many touches in the box. They had very close to us in possession. Yet we beat them against St Mirren in the game that was 1-0. They had the better of the game, had a goal disallowed, a couple of chances that were missed, a couple of chances that Schmeichel saved in that 1-0 with the McGregor last-minute goal. We didn't play that great against Hibs, but we beat them 2-1. We didn't play that great against Dundee, but we beat them 1-0. We didn't play that great against Falkirk in the rain on the plastic pitch, but we won that game. So it's pretty incredible what O'Neill and Maloney and Fotheringham and Manus and stuff have got from the same players who were struggling for consistency under Rodgers and struggling for consistency and defensive ability and scoring ability under Nancy. Suddenly the same players have won nearly every game. Even when they've not played well, they've still found a way to win, which is what successful clubs do. Yes. I think the indications are that Jota had another operation at the start of 2026, so the start of this month, which is going to keep him out of Celtic playing for the duration of this season. So he and Carter-Vickers are not expected to be back playing for Celtic until the start of the 26-27 season. There's a hope that Johnson should be back in March and that possibly Osmond might be back in May. I think if we did get Alistair Johnson back for the whole of March, April and May, that's the 3 most important months of the season, when cup finals, well, cup final rounds and the split and all the key fixtures are taking place. And in the first Rodgers season, 23-24, that was those months, March, April, May, were the months we went unbeaten, winning every game apart from one. That was a draw against Rangers. At a similar spell under Ange Postecoglou in Postecoglou's first season, again, we had a pretty much perfect record in those last 3 months of the season. So if we did get Alistair Johnson back, right back and as a leader for March, April, and May, that could be a massive push forward towards the title, particularly if the players like Adamu, Cvancara, Araujo, Benjamin Arthur, Mvuka, if he does come, do really start to kick in, especially if a few of the players who have been a bit inconsistent, like Tounekti, Balakwisha, start to really settle into Celtic. If Maeda regained his form, if McGregor regained his best form, we are a very, very powerful club to win the double and progress further and further in Europe. However, in all those things I just said, there's quite a lot of ifs, because maybe Johnson does come back, but he breaks down again. Right. Open News Now 1. Adamu worth 5 million on transfer market. A goal nearly every 2 games, which is a decent record in Austria and Germany. Brilliant record in Austrian football. Naderi, who is this player that Rangers seem to have signed at the last minute. If they have paid 4.7, that's way more than he certainly is rated at. He's coming from lower level German football. Adamu's coming from Freiburg, who are a top half German side playing in the Europa League. Adamu scored two goals for Freiburg in the Europa League, that campaign that Celtic are also playing in. So he is, by all intents and purposes, a more than decent player, much like Cvancara, much like Araujo. All 3 of them are current internationals. So I think it's not been bargain basement level. It's been signing players from the top leagues in other countries now, albeit all of them have been signed on loan from top teams in top leagues all around Europe. I would love for Celtic to have signed a few players on permanent deals, but I can understand why they haven't, given the fact we don't have a permanent manager at the moment. And I would guess from all that we don't know who the manager is going to be in June. If we had an idea that, let's say for the sake of example, we had a handshake agreement with Robbie Keane that he would move from Ferencváros to Celtic at the end of the Hungarian season, or a handshake agreement that Kjetil Knutsen will move from Bodo Glimt in Norway. Once their season finished, now their league season's finished, they're still playing because they're still in the Champions League. Probably they'll get knocked out in the first knockout phase of the Champions League. Thereafter, he actually technically is his season at Bodo Glimt's ended. So maybe there's a verbal agreement for Kjetil Knutsen to leave Bodo Glimt and come to Celtic to be our manager from the summer of 26 onwards. Maybe that's the case with Robbie Keane. I would guess from the fact that Celtic's not been looking at permanent deals this winter, this January, that probably don't have anybody lined up to be the manager for June onwards. Yes, I think Knutsen might well be a breath of fresh air in Scottish football. He is quite a controlling manager, so he's a manager reminiscent of Ange Postecoglou. He is a manager who believes in developing players internally. He's a manager also believes in developing local players, i.e. in Norway, a lot of his success has been by buying and developing young Norwegian players and making them better and better and better, rather than buying in players from all around Europe. He's concentrated on buying players from Norway and from other Scandinavian countries. He's quite a controlling manager, much like Postecoglou. He likes having an overarching view of the whole of the club, which again I think may be good. Plays nice attacking football. Positive manager, positive person, good motivator. I think he'd be a super manager. Quite a lot of stories are suggesting that Ange Postecoglou is thinking about coming back. Whether that's a good idea or not, I don't know. I'm not a great believer in going back to something that's happened before. It was a qualified success with Brendan Rodgers, although I think that created quite a lot of difficulties and problems. It's an interesting point, Peggle Lonergan. Except what one could maybe remember with Kjetil Knutsen was he came into Bodo Glimt when Bodo Glimt weren't in a tremendous position. They'd only just been promoted from the Norwegian second division back to the Norwegian first division, top division, having kind of yo-yoed back and forward for the previous 10 years between the two divisions. And he came in his first season at Bodo Glimt 8 seasons ago. They came 11th, but then thereafter it's been second or first, second and first over the next 7 seasons, four first places and 3 second places. So he came into Bodo Glimt when they were still a team and a club that wasn't very well organised. And within 1 season, when they came 11th, the next season he took them to second and then first and second. So he clearly has he has come into teams before who have been struggling and really got them really well organised. So, and I suspect that he would be much happier to come to a club that's got lots and lots of financial resources. It's got a global reach, unlike Bodo Glimt. Bodo Glimt is a very local club, small stadium, small financial market, very big success given the size of those things. But it may be that he would see coming to Celtic as being a big chance to really make his career even more successful and remodel Celtic using the benefit of Celtic's bigger financial resources, Celtic's big global reach in terms of supporters and fan clubs and all this kind of thing. So I fully accept your point of view, and I think there's arguments on both sides as to whether Knutsen would choose to come to Celtic. However, he is a manager who likes a whatchamacallit, he likes a challenge. Yes, I think he would ask for more control than maybe that the board might have liked. However, the board did give Ange Postecoglou a lot of control of things behind the scenes, did actually give Brendan Rodgers a lot of control of things behind the scenes. Didn't work out so well when Celtic gave Rodgers a chance to bring in some of his mates into scouting, into recruitment. Rodgers was instrumental in bringing Paul Tisdale to the club. He was instrumental in getting rid of 2 or 3 of Ange Postecoglou's scouters and recruiters to replace some of his own people. 2 or 3 coaches came from Rodgers' old teams to be part of Celtic's coaching staff. They all moved on when Rodgers left back in October. So, to be fair, Celtic did hand over a lot of control of the behind-the-scenes stuff to Postecoglou, did the same to Rodgers. It would appear from what people are saying that O'Neill and Maloney are being given quite a lot of control of things behind the scenes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because it's just, we don't know the inner workings of Celtic. We rely a bit on insiders. We rely on supposed inside experts like the guy at the Glasgow Herald. A few of the website people claim to know all the stuff behind the scenes at Celtic. Whether they do or they don't, I don't know. Yes, I think keeping Engels is a big positive. I think it also shows if one wants to take other positives, it shows an intent that Celtic want to keep hold of their best players for as long as possible. It would have been very, very easy to have cashed in Engels on the last day of the transfer window for 25 million, except we couldn't have got anybody in to replace them at the last minute. And that was obviously a mistake that Celtic made in the summer transfer window, and we sold Adamu down to Swansea for £6 million or whatever it was, without having a definite player to come in and replace him. I think when we sold Kyogo this time last year to Rennes for 10 million, again, we didn't have somebody ready-made to come in and replace them. I think at that point, Rodgers was confident that Maeda and Ida and Kuhn would keep on scoring lots of goals for Celtic, and they did do in the second half of last season. But I do think Celtic should have got a proper big, good quality striker in the summer of 2025, and we didn't do that. And what's more, as well as not getting a new striker in, we let go Adam Ida, who was our best backup striker at the time. So I think those were both mistakes. But I do think if one was looking for positives, and some people like to look for positives, like me, keeping Engels, one can see as being a positive. Keeping Maeda, keeping Tounekti, keeping Trusty, all those players, Celtic turned down big money offers for those players. We could have got, as it turns out, 25 million for Engels. We could have got something like 10 million for Tounekti, double figures millions for Trusty, double something approaching 20 million for Maeda. Well, Martin O'Neill said he didn't want to sell the player, and Celtic didn't sell the player. So we can take that either way. So Martin O'Neill. So people are saying that the board has complete control over everything, which may be the case. Except O'Neill said he didn't want to sell anybody, and Celtic didn't sell anybody. We've released a few players out on loan. Whether that makes Johnny Kenny a better player when he comes back from Bolton, I don't know. Whether it makes Stephen Welsh a better player when he comes back from Motherwell, I don't know. But we haven't actually sold any of our first team squad this transfer window. Martin O'Neill said we weren't going to sell anybody in this transfer window, and we didn't sell anybody in the transfer window. So it suggests either O'Neill's got more control than people think he does, or the board are willing to give O'Neill control of team matters and transfers and stuff, or not. One way or the other, Celtic didn't sell any of their players this summer, this winter, and we're keeping all the players to the end of the season. That may be the case. I don't think Celtic thought that it sounds like they didn't think that anybody was in for Engels for big money. There was some speculation for Engels at the start of January, and it all just disappeared. Nobody until today was making any kind of attempts to sign Engels until today. So at the start of the month, people said we're looking at buying him. Then that all just died away for the rest of January, and it resurfaced today, probably because other targets that maybe Nottingham Forest had been looking at fell through. Other teams in Europe had bought players that they wanted to buy, and so Engels was, let's say, fifth on their list, and that's why they resurrected their interest in him on the last day. Yes, but so maybe that's the case. I don't know. Nobody knows what the case is. All we know is that Celtic didn't sign anybody. So that's the only fact that we know. Everything else is speculation. And speculating about things, guessing about things is part of the fun of being a Celtic supporter or a football supporter. all I would say is signing to play for Bruges is signing to play in a league that's a far higher prestige league than the Scottish League. Scottish League is way down in the world leagues in terms of player quality, football quality, competitiveness of games, etc. We're down. So the English Premier League's number one. You've got the Serie A, the Liga in Spain, Bundesliga, etc. In the top 5 or 6. You've got the MLS at number 10. You've got the English Championship at number 7. Scotland's something down like at number 30 in the world in terms of quality of teams, quality of players, quality of games, etc. So maybe signing for Bruges, you're signing for a league that's got several teams that challenge each other year in, year out for the title. They've got 4 or 5 teams who are always at the top of the league. They've got a much bigger television contract than Scotland does as a whole. So that means that the Anderlechts and the Royal Antwerps and the Bruges and the Union Saint-Gilloise have all got lots and lots of money to buy lots and lots of players. In Scottish football, up until very recently, only Celtic and Rangers had any money to buy any players. Hearts have had big investment. I think Hibs are going to have big investment, it's thought, in the near future. So maybe if there's lots of money coming into Scottish football, that also will bump up the TV contracts. It bumps up sponsorship. It bumps up prize money. It bumps up prestige of the league. All these things push Scottish football further and further up. I think over the last 10 years, for one reason or another, Scottish football in terms of quality has gone down and down. That's evidenced by the fact that Scotland's coefficient in European competitions has gone down and down and down. Teams like Aberdeen, Kilmarnock, Hearts, Motherwell, St Mirren, etc. None of them have been getting themselves out of European qualifiers. It's actually been a long time since any Scottish team actually positively got themselves out of European qualifier games. Celtic dropped down. Celtic obviously failed in their qualifiers. Rangers failed in their qualifiers. They dropped down into the lower thing. Aberdeen failed in their qualifier. They dropped down. Hibs dropped out. Motherwell dropped out. Everybody drops out. So I think Scottish football at the moment is at a low ebb in terms of overall quality. And so going to play for virtually any other team anywhere else is a lot more attractive. Yep. Yes, so reportedly, and again, if one believes the stories that we're hearing, Anderlecht apparently offered £4 million for Maz Wanisi of Motherwell, and Motherwell turned that money down. So that's the story, is that Anderlecht offered, some people saying 3 million, some people are saying 4 million, and Motherwell said, we don't want the money at this point. So what Motherwell did for Maz Wanisi is very similar to what Celtic have done for Trusty and for Engels and for Tounekti and for Maeda and for several other players. Yeah, so Anderlecht, obviously one of the top teams in Belgium. They're up there with Union Saint-Gilloise. They're up there with Bruges. Usually those 3 teams plus Royal Antwerp are the top 4 teams in Belgium. They've got good financial backups. They've got a good recruitment system. They develop the players well. They've got a good competitive league where you've got competitive games week in, week out. The quality of all the Belgian teams as a whole is way better than the quality of all the Scottish teams put together. I totally agree. Open News now one. It's in some ways it's been very encouraging how well Hearts, Motherwell, Falkirk have progressed. I think John McGlynn at Falkirk is a brilliant example of a really good manager who has managed his team really well. He's recruited very well. I think he's also been given a lot of control over player development, player scouting, academy, etc. He's been given a lot of power at Falkirk, and he's taken them from the First Division to the Championship, from the Championship to the Premier League, the Scottish Premiership. And not just are they surviving the Scottish Premiership, which I think is pretty much what everybody thought they would be in the bottom two, he's got them consistently into the top six. They play a really good brand of football. They're very well coached. They're well managed. They've got players who play for each other, much the same as St Mirren. St Mirren's manager does a good job of getting good performances out of humdrum players. One of Celtic's failings over the last couple of years is we've got some really good high-quality players, but we don't get them to consistently play well, or we don't get them to consistently play well as a team. Oh, right. Rightio. So confirmation that Mvuka has signed for Celtic on loan. It was going to be a permanent transfer for 3 million, but whatever medical problem that's cropped up has turned that into a loan deal. So Mvuka, say, just been announced on my page in the last wee minute or two that Mvuka's definitely come to the club. So Mvuka, 23 years old, 5'9", playing in the top division in France for a decent side, Norway under international at various different levels. Right winger, can play left wing, can play deeper at right wing back. Big success in Norwegian football at Bodø Glimt. Hasn't had a happy time at Lorient, partly because they've changed his position from a traditional right winger back to a right wing back who sometimes plays right wing. It appears from what O'Neill had said about him that he's going to be coming to play as a right winger for Celtic. That kind of makes him and, at the moment, Ha-Yun Yang, the number 1 and number 2 at the right wing position. James Forrest obviously backing them up as in the right wing position. Suggestions that they are looking to give Forrest another 1-year contract. Yes, so a very good point of view, I think, given the fact that he's not had the happiest time this season with Lorient. As I say, that's partly because they've moved his position from further forward to being deeper. Makes some sense to have him as a loan player. The original intention, of course, was to buy him as a permanent player for about £3 million, which I think would have been a decent fee for a player of this age, with this background, under 21 international for Norway, so said to be on the fringes of the full Norwegian international side. As I said, this season he's not had a great season for Lorient due to one thing or another. So I think perfectly reasonable point of view, Zero Toaster, that that's a really good question. Who's the 3 players? So I think we did establish last time around on the Thursday live stream that we can only add 3 players to the squad. I think we have to add Araujo at right back because at the moment Alistair Johnston is still out injured. If the 2-legged tie against Stuttgart doesn't go well, That's European competition gone. So I think we need to put Araujo in there. I think we need to put Cvancara in there. Then it's probably a toss-up between Mvuka at the right wing position or Adamu as our backup striker. I think if Kelechi Iheanacho gets fit and stays fit, probably it would be Adamu that would lose out. Now, Adamu does have the capability to play as a wide player as well as through the middle. Can't remember what game I was watching Adamu playing, but he was playing more as a wide player rather than a central player. I think he got brought on late in the game as a sub. I guess it must have been for Austria in an international game. And he was playing more coming off the left wing and coming off the right wing rather than playing as a traditional central striker. So maybe if we have Adamu in the squad, that does give us the capability of having a player who can play centrally and can play wide. Saying all that, Mvuka does give you the ability to play wide right, wide left, and to play deeper on the right-hand side. So again, it's probably, I would say probably if we only can add 3 to the squad, it's a toss-up between Mvuka and Adamu. I think Araujo and Cvancara are both definites, assuming that they're fit when it comes to pick that squad. Yes, I think Araujo is a really good player. Thank you, logging off, Tommy Gigagun. Great to have you on. Great to have so many people to keep me company late into the night on a Monday evening into Tuesday. Thank you for all the contributions. Thank you for all the contributions to everybody. Still keep on. Good night to you as well, Michael Ross. Been brilliant to have you back on the live streams. Planning to do another live stream on Thursday. We'll have a chance to look back to the Aberdeen game the night before. Chance to look forward to Europe and more games and the Cup and the title run, etc. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's one point of view. I would personally go for Araujo because again, Araujo. If we did have Colby Donovan playing right back, we could actually play Araujo one further step up as a actual sort of conventional right winger. Ange Postecoglou did that a bit with Josef Juranovic when we signed Juranovic back in Postecoglou's first season. So I think there's definite capacity for, and I would go for Araujo just because he's a higher quality. For me, he's a higher quality player, and he's played for this team for 4 weeks. He's got settled into the training system. He's got settled into his teammates. He's developed an understanding with players like Yang and Trusty and McGregor and Engels and stuff. So I would go for Araujo simply because I think he's higher quality. But I do agree we do have some cover at right back with Donovan and Ralston. However, if Donovan was to get injured, Ralston is our only right back. So for that reason, I would go for Araujo because I do think we maybe have a bit more flexibility in the centre forward position if everybody's fit, and we do have flexibility in the wide positions if people, as they are at the moment, keep fit. The live stream hasn't finished just yet. I was planning to keep going for maybe another half hour or so till about 1 o'clock. Obviously, that depends on if ever anybody else wants to keep on talking. But there are still 61 people, it says, tuned into the live stream, which is absolutely blinking amazing, all things considered. Given the fact that I'm a complete amateur and there are lots of other better quality, popular web Celtic sites out there. Certainly a few of the other sites are suggesting that everything's all shut down. So basically, we've signed on the last day of the transfer window Mvuka, Adamu, and Arthur all on loan deals. Understandably, Sligo boy, if some folk have got work tomorrow, which I don't because I'm retired, semi-retired, on sabbatical, whatever the phrase is, maybe they thought it's gone 12:30. They got to get up to go to work at 7 o'clock or whatever. Maybe they thought it was time to go to their beds. Does look like probably all the deals are all done and dusted. After all, the window did shut at 11 o'clock. We're now an hour and 40 minutes after that. So no, so Esbergen 7405. Any deal to sign Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain wouldn't have to get done today. It can be done tomorrow or any day from now onwards, because he's a free agent, so he's not actually under contract to anybody at the moment. He was playing for Besiktas up until last summer. He left Besiktas, came back to England. He either deliberately chose to have a few months not playing football, or just nobody took up his contract. He's training with Arsenal at the moment. Somebody said a couple of hours ago that Arteta at Arsenal wants to offer him a short-term contract to the end of the season. It's also rumoured that Celtic are looking to give him a contract. However, because he's a free agent, he can sign for any team any day of the year. As soon as he's signed under contract for a team, he can't sign for anybody else. But he's a free agent, which means, much like Iheanacho, he can get signed tomorrow. He can get signed on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He can get signed any day from now onwards. And as of yet, other than a few rumours, not backed up by anybody, there's never been any other indications. So maybe about 9-10 o'clock, there was a lot of stories suggesting that Celtic were going to sign up. Thank you very much, Ronnie McNairney. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I'm glad you think it's great stuff. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I do apologise to people if I got a wee bit grumpy and bad-tempered earlier on. So Pinball 7992, Oxlade-Chamberlain can play wide right. He can play wide left. He's mostly played through the middle. I think his preference is to play as more as a central midfielder, but quite often at Liverpool and Arsenal, he was used as a wide player. I think later in his career, he tried to play much more central midfielder. I think Oxlade-Chamberlain is actually quite a versatile player. He's kind of played all over the place. So having a wee look at the transfer market site, Oxlade-Chamberlain has played most of his games as a central midfielder. He's also played a lot of games as a right midfielder, a lot of games as a right winger, left midfield, left winger, attacking midfield, defensive midfield. He's played right back, centre back, and second striker. So basically, he is a central midfielder and a right midfielder who also plays very often out wide on the right, out wide on the left. Can drop back to be a defensive midfielder and an actual defender, and sometimes does play up front as a number 8, number 10, etc. So I think all those are depths. So he could theoretically play the Hatate role. He could play the Nygren role. He could possibly play the McGregor role a bit deeper. Celtic at the moment are tending to play Engels and McGregor deep, and Nygren is a more attacking midfield. It's a bit more how we played with Matt O'Reilly in the team a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, so Oxlade-Chamberlain's last game for Besiktas was in May of 2025. So he's not played a professional game since May of 2025, which actually is a wee bit similar to Kelechi Iheanacho hadn't played a professional game since around about the April-May of 2025. He had 3 or 4 months not playing. He played, so Iheanacho played some friendlies with for his previous club, but he hadn't actually played a competitive game for about 4 months. Oxlade-Chamberlain last played football in May of 2025. So that's 8 months ago. So he's had 8 months not playing professional football. However, since August, he has been training with Arsenal on a daily basis. So he certainly wouldn't be match sharp, but he would be certainly still physically fit to play. I think all those are perfect points. I think he's going to be fit to play in terms of physical fitness. He's not going to be I think he could well be motivated. He's 32, which is the same age as Callum McGregor. So if we think Oxlade-Chamberlain's too old to play, which again I have my doubts whether Oxlade-Chamberlain's going to be a signing for Celtic. I think it's a story that's probably been made up by Oxlade-Chamberlain's agent to try and drum up some interest from other clubs. Because he's a free agent, it does mean that he could sign for anybody he likes any day that he likes. So I think this is probably a story that's been made up by his agent or made up by friendly journalists to try and promote Oxlade-Chamberlain getting a permanent contract or a temporary contract, at least with somebody else. I would be surprised if Oxlade-Chamberlain was coming to Celtic. For one thing, that's your point you were making. I don't think he would take the massive wage cut. He's played for Liverpool, played for Arsenal, played for Besiktas. At Liverpool and Arsenal, he would be on an absolute fortune. I'd say somebody was suggesting that Arteta was looking to sign Oxlade-Chamberlain on a part-time contract to the end of the season. So, Sligo Boy, to answer your question, Oxlade-Chamberlain previously was on £2.5 million a year. That was what his salary was. That was what his last salary was £2.5 million a year. So, in essence, that would put him on a par with what Kieran Tierney is getting. Put him on about £10,000 a week more than what Callum McGregor's getting. So supposedly McGregor, Carter Vickers, Jota are around about £40,000 a week. Tierney's around about £50,000 a week. So in essence, if Oxlade-Chamberlain did come to Celtic, which I don't see happening personally, he would be getting paid, if he was on what his salary was before, the same as what Tierney, i.e. the highest paid player at the club is, more than everybody else apart from Tierney. So I don't see it happening. Or if it does happen, he would have to take a big wage cut. After all, Tierney was on something like 110,000 per week at Arsenal. He came to Celtic for only 45 to 50,000 pounds a week. So some players will take, obviously, a big wage cut if it means regular first team football. So, for me, whether Oxlade-Chamberlain is good enough to play for Celtic or not is a moot point, because I don't see him coming to Celtic, full stop. That's a really good point, actually, David. Sligo Boys 8152. There was some suggestion that part of Tierney's salary for this season was partly covered by Arsenal. I find that a wee bit difficult to believe that two clubs could be paying for the same player at the same time. However, Rangers were playing for 4 different managers at the same time, so I presume if that went past the legal team at Celtic and the legal team at Arsenal, legal team with this SFA and SPFL and UEFA and FIFA, well, fair enough. And theoretically, say that it isn't that people can be paid by 2 different employers at the same time. And I have seen stories that Arsenal were paying some of Tierney's salary for 12 months or something, because he did have contract left with Arsenal that wasn't paid up or something. Yes, so if we're talking about Oxlade-Chamberlain, which a lot of people don't think he's any good. He was successfully playing in Turkish football, which is a good high quality of league, about the same quality of league as the Scottish League. It's actually rated higher in terms of world ratings than the Scottish League. He was coping well in Turkish football with Besiktas last season. Last game for Besiktas was in May of 2025, so he's been out of football for 8 months. Yes, I'm not doubting for one moment. I have heard that story a few times. I've read it a few times. And the more I think about it, it is entirely reasonable. Say people can be paid by 2 different employers at the same time. And as I said, Rangers were paying several managers all at the same time. Well, according to Sean Maloney, according to Martin O'Neill, Celtic do have a recruitment team. The leader of the recruitment team and the scouting team was Mark Cooper, backed up by the guy that signed from Chelsea's scouting team. And there was a third person who was part of that scouting and recruitment team, who took over after Tidsdale was sacked or Tidsdale resigned, whatever happened. So Maloney and O'Neill have been working with Mark Cooper and the scout who came from Chelsea and one other person. That's been the 3-pronged scouting and recruitment team. Don't know. I can't remember who the third person was in that trio who were heading up the scouting department, but it was Mark Cooper, who has a very, very high prestige and reputation, particularly in South American football. The deputy head of scouting at Chelsea. Again, Chelsea. Don't think anybody would argue Chelsea are a top level team. A lot of transfers from all around the world to Chelsea, and there was a third person who was part of that team. I think Tosh McKinley is still one of the scouts at Celtic. David Pleat was a scout under Tidsdale and Rodgers, but I think that finished very quickly as soon as Rodgers disappeared. I don't think David Pleat's got any kind of role at Celtic. say several of the scouts who were part of Ange Postecoglou's team got kicked out and replaced by mates of Paul Tidsdale and mates of Brendan Rodgers. But to the best of my knowledge, Tosh McKinley is still part of Celtic scouting network. And as I said, it's the chap from Chelsea, the chap Mark Cooper, who has a particular reputation for South American and Central American football, and the Chelsea person, and one other person with the three people that Maloney and O'Neill were particularly working with this month, with Celtic having chosen to sack or let Tidsdale go, which I think was a brilliant idea, because they should have done it ages ago. They should never have actually appointed him and got rid of Postecoglou's team. No, so I was very, very doubtful that there was any good reason to use David Pleat as a scout. However, this was an idea that Rodgers and Tidsdale were very keen on. I think he was a scout for Celtic for about 6 weeks or so. 6 months or so. It was an idea for both Tidsdale and Rodgers. So I thought, just maybe as a wee thing to wind down the live stream for today, I don't think anything more is going to be going through in terms of the transfer window. I think the signing of Joel Mvuka is the last thing we're going to be doing. The BBC people have shut down their site as of 12:30, so half an hour ago. It's actually a glass of white wine. That's what I've been drinking. I've got a glass of Coca-Cola and a glass of white wine. And the glass of white wine's been there since 9:30. I've hardly had any of it to drink. So I'll be having that to go when I go to bed in half an hour or so. Yes, so coming back to the manager job, I think Martinez would make a lot of sense coming to Celtic. He's got knowledge of Scottish football, played here. He's got family based in the area. I think he's married to a Scottish woman from his time at Motherwell. Obviously, close links to Sean Maloney. I think that's going to be a big bonus. Understands Scottish football. He's been in and around European football for a long, long time. Manager of Belgium, now manager of Portugal. So he's got a really good working knowledge of all the big European leagues. good working knowledge, obviously, of Scotland, England, European leagues. Some people are a wee bit sceptical about him coming to Celtic. Not got the biggest success in terms of trophies at the various different clubs. Pretty successful, all things considered, at Wigan. Did a decent job at Everton without being a real setting the heather on fire. I think there's a lot of merit in Martinez coming to Celtic. And so if that was the option that Celtic went with, I think that's got a lot of really good merit to it. Yes, I think that's the. I think possibly a team of Martinez backed up by Maloney, maybe backed up also by Fotheringham and McManus. That might well be a bit of a dream team. I think Sean Maloney is a very good coach, a very good assistant. His success rate at Wigan and his success rate as Hibs as the #1 manager. He wasn't a success at either of those two clubs as the outright #1 manager, but as the backup assistant manager, coach, he was very successful in partnership with Martinez. He's been very successful, obviously, I think, with O'Neill. I think he is a good tactician. Don't think he's got the same charisma and media ability that O'Neill's got. Fotheringham again has good experience as a manager and coach in Germany, in Europe, and also coaching in Scotland and down in England. He's said to be very, very popular on the training pitch. Said to be a very good motivator, a very positive person apparently as well. I think he and Maloney and O'Neill all dovetail very well as a threesome. I think they all bring different characteristics and different strengths to the management team. And I think actually Sean Maloney is a very good tactical brain. Maybe not the best motivator of players, maybe not the best media persons. Hello, RUKen28. Nice of you to join. We are kind of just winding things down now that it's nearing 1 o'clock in the morning. So Fotheringham was a player for Celtic in the sort of early 2000s. Never a particularly successful player. Was on Celtic's boots for quite a number of years. Kind of then went away. Then developed a real strong reputation as a coach. He's coached in England. He's managed as the #1 manager in England. He's coached in Germany. And it's when O'Neill came in first time around, Maloney and Fotheringham were the first two people that he thought of to bring in to be his backup people. McManus also came back in, and obviously they all came back in as soon as O'Neill came back in for the second time. As I've said before, I was very surprised that Nancy didn't keep 2 or 3 out of Maloney, Fotheringham, and McManus to be part of his coaching team. I was quite surprised that Gavin Strachan got kept on by Nancy. Whether that was something that the board forced him into doing, whether the board, whether Fotheringham, Maloney and McManus didn't want to be coaches under Nancy's system, I don't know. I think you're entirely right, RUKen28. A management team involving Martinez, Maloney, Fotheringham, maybe McManus, maybe Stevie Woods. Stevie Woods has obviously been the goalkeeping coach at Celtic for a long, long time. What I've said is simply from memory. I may or may not have recalled some things incorrectly. But Fotheringham does have a really good reputation in terms of coaching and managing in several different European countries. very popular with the players, very popular with Maloney and O'Neill. I'd be surprised if Thierry Henry went back to club management. Thierry Henry, of course, had Wilfred Nancy as his number 2 assistant manager for a couple of seasons. Nancy took the team that Thierry Henry had been managing in Montreal and made it even better. Eddie C, I do agree that I think Celtic really need to get their next appointment right. I think Celtic, with the team of O'Neill, Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, etc., at the moment is doing really well. We're winning games from positions where under Rodgers and under Nancy, we're losing those games. We're winning games despite the fact that we're not the best team. We're winning games despite the fact that the other team is getting more chances, more possession than we are. In some games, we're dominating teams at the same time, but we're also winning games where things are 50-50 or things are more in the favour of the other team. So I would be surprised if, and thank you very much, Eddie C, for all your comments. As I said, I'm all for different people having different opinions, all for everybody presenting their opinions, as long as it's nice and polite, and yours have been all nice and polite. We've disagreed with lots of things, but that's one of the joys of football, is disagreeing about things. And all I do is I give my opinion, which may be wrong, may be right, and has been wrong lots of times and has been right lots of times. And 54 years later, I'm still supporting Celtic. When I started supporting Celtic, Celtic were massively dominant. It would move from the Jock Stein era with the Lisbon Lions into the College Street Kids. We carried on being successful with him to the mid-70s. Then we were a bit... hail, hail, and good night to you, Eddie C. I said, doing another live stream on Thursday. That's what the current plan is. And so do feel free to come back and share opinions next in a few days' time. There's a lot of there's still quite a number of speculation. Sky Sports were restarting the story about 1 o'clock in the morning, so about half an hour ago, about Oxlade-Chamberlain. I personally would be very surprised if he came to Celtic. I think it's a story created by his agents and by his mates and the journalists side of things to try and drum up some interest in getting him a contract. I'd be a short-term contract with somebody, a long-term contract. He last played professional football in May of 2025 for Besiktas. He's had 8 months just training on a daily basis with Arsenal since the summer. I think he probably, assuming that he's got reasonable fitness, I think he could come into the Celtic team and be a good player coming off the bench. I think he's an experienced player, plays multiple different positions, so actually would be a very useful, versatile player. Obviously, very much a stopgap. Can't see it being a long-term solution for Celtic. He is 32. He has had a couple of spells of being out for a long spell with his knee. He had about 8 or 9 months off with his knee several years ago. Another spell of 8 and 9 months off a few years ago. He's pretty much kept himself fit in the last couple of years of his contract, of his career. But it is 8 months since he played for Besiktas. Although I don't personally see the Oxlade-Chamberlain thing coming to pass. For one thing, I think his wage demands might be too much. Certainly appears to be, in his last contract, he was on £50,000 a week plus, which would make him the number 1 paid player at Celtic, up there with McGregor, Carter-Vickers, Jota and Tierney. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Oxlade-Chamberlain maybe found himself playing for an English Championship club for the rest of the season. Yes. I think given his versatility, given his experience, assuming that he is physically fit and just needs match sharpness, I think he could do a perfectly good job for Celtic. I think Celtic would have the luxury, given the fact that we don't have any real injuries in our midfield players or our wide players other than Jota, that we would actually have the luxury of letting Oxlade-Chamberlain gradually build up his fitness and gradually build up his match sharpness. It's not like somebody like Araujo or Cvancara or Adamu or Mvuka, all of whom need to go into the first team squad straight away and start delivering straight away. That's a really good point, Pinball 7992. Obviously, Oxlade-Chamberlain has primarily been a central midfielder, has played, as I say, wide right, wide left, right back, other places. Can play right central midfield, central midfield. You're entirely right. He could take some of the pressure off of Callum McGregor running the show, being an influence, a leader, etc. on the pitch. Could well actually teach younger players like Bernardo, like Engels, like McCowan, like Thiago home if he ever gets anywhere near back into a Celtic team. Could teach a lot of those people a lot of really good things based on his 16-year career as a professional footballer. So I think there are positives about signing Oxlade-Chamberlain. Some concerns and some doubts whether he would choose to come and play for Celtic. But Iheanacho did the same, so we'll see what happens. I wasn't aware that he was a free agent. He obviously had a really good spell in the past. Wide player, attacking player. Yes, there's a possibility. Obviously, Oxlade-Chamberlain and Andy Robertson at Liverpool would have played together. You would suspect that they probably still have contact with each other. Oxlade-Chamberlain just 32, so it's not as if his days as a professional footballer are done. He's the same age as McGregor. He could certainly expect to have another 3 or 4 years as a footballer, playing Scottish Premiership, playing English Championship. I think probably his days of playing English Premier League are gone. But I think he certainly could do a job in Scottish football, could do a job in English Championship or some of the medium-sized European leagues. Yes, that's a really good point. Obviously, Carter Vickers and Jota both came to us on loan deals. They were both season-long loans. Now, I think there was a purchase clause rather than purchase obligation with Carter Vickers and with Jota. So it's very similar to the deals we've got with Cvancara, Mvuka and Adamu, which are all loans with an option to buy rather than an obligation to buy. So yes, so I think there is an awful lot of negativity out there, and I think I, for one, like being positive. It makes me happier to be positive than be miserable. So, and maybe always do see things as being a glass half full rather than a glass half empty. I do maybe look at the positive about everything rather than the negative about everything. And that's a grand point as well. Jota didn't have a particularly glowing record when he came to us on loan. Now, that's part of the fact that he was struggling to get into the first team. He struggled a bit moving away on loan. Not unexpected that players who go out on loan actually find it a struggle you're having to learn a new system, a new manager, new teammates, maybe a new language, a new culture, etc. Jota didn't have a brilliant record when he came to us on loan. He was a super player under Ange Postecoglou on loan, as was Carter Vickers. We signed them both the following summer on permanent deals. Jota carried on being a great player for us, so did Carter Vickers. We sold Jota for 25 million, bought him back for 8 million. That sounds like really good business. Carter Vickers has been our best defender whenever he's been fit since we signed him. So I think there's potential positives in all these sorts of things. Yes, my wine glass has been full since 9:30. I've got two more gulps of white wine to finish before it's bedtime. So my full glass of wine has gone down to being about 25% full. Yes. Love your positivity, your RUKN28. I think the structure that Celtic have got at the moment with McGregor, with Maloney, O'Neill, Fotheringham, McManus is very positive. I think we've actually got within the team some good players who can help them fit in. I think, as I said earlier on, I think Cvancara, Araujo have already been successes, particularly Araujo, because he's had a whole month at Celtic. I don't remember Araujo letting us down at all in those 4 weeks of football. Every performance I can remember for Araujo as a starter has been a 7 out of 10 or better. He is fast, he's strong, he's clever, he can play attackingly, he can defend well. Not got the greatest amount of height, which is a slight disadvantage for him. A bit shorter than Alistair Johnston from memory. Not quite so big and strong as Colby Donovan, but I think he gives us tons of positives going forwards. I think he's plays wing back, plays normal fullback, plays inverted fullback. I think he gives us an awful lot. Yep, Clashman Numpty, you were one of the first ones to suggest Nancy. As I've said a few times today and previous live streams, I think he was the right manager at the wrong time. I think, in retrospect, him being appointed in December was the absolute worst possible time for him to come. Possibly had he taken over from Rodgers directly in October into November, maybe the fact that the games were coming once a week, not twice a week at that point, there wasn't the same intensity, there wasn't the lead up to the cup final, there wasn't the big game against Roma, there wasn't the big game against Hearts. Maybe if he'd had a few games to bed himself in the way that O'Neill did, O'Neill started with a few easier games, the Falkirk, the Kilmarnocks, etc. He did actually have, obviously, the Rangers semi-final, but O'Neill did have a few games that are technically that'd be easier. When Nancy came in, it was straight in with Hearts, Roma, and then the cup final as his first 3 games. Yes, so Mvuka definitely has come to Celtic. It's been confirmed officially. It's a loan deal from Lorient rather than a purchase from Lorient because of whatever this medical issue was. Yes, I think Celtic can go on an unbeaten run and win the title. I think that Celtic are a better team than Rangers, are a better team than Hearts. I think Hibs and Motherwell, Falkirk can all take points off of Hearts and Rangers. I think Celtic, if they play to their best, will beat Hearts next time around. They will beat Rangers both times. Also, Celtic have had the ability under O'Neill, not under Rodgers and not under Nancy, to win games not playing at their best, which I think is big. I think the game against Aberdeen tomorrow on Wednesday is a big game. I think the good thing about the game against Aberdeen is that Celtic will be pretty much, from what I can remember and what I can gather, will be going into that game with a full squad, as it was for the game against Falkirk on Sunday, except we also will now have Adamu and Mvuka, Benjamin and Arthur, all added to the squad. Yes, I think Cvancara is already looking like just the sort of striker we need. He's got pace, he's got height, he's two-footed, he's an intelligent player, he's got aerial ability, he can link play with others, he can lead the line, but he's a player who's got a real surprising amount of pace for such a tall player. I think he's going to be a super player for Celtic. Yes. So I think we have got the option of going with Cvancara as the central striker, Maida on one side. We can play Ampadu on the other side. He is Adamu rather. So Adamu. Adamu is primarily a centre forward, but he can play wide right and wide left. Mvuka is primarily a right winger, can play left wing. Yang apparently was struggling for fitness and endurance, which is why he came off early against Falkirk. So the story is that as far as I can see, Jota won't be back in the 25-26 season, but he should be available for the start of the 26-27 season. Different stories regarding when Alison Johnson's back. Some are suggesting that he'll be back at the end of this month, February. Some are suggesting he'll be back early in March, so the first week or two in March. Some people are suggesting back at the end of March. The thought certainly is that he should be available for Celtic for the whole of April and the whole of May. And he may be available for some or all of March. And I think if we get Alison Johnson for 3 months and Alison Johnson for 3 months, plus all the current players, and if we can keep them all fit, and if we can keep having several different options to play as our main striker, Cvancara, Adamu, and Kelechi Iheanacho, we've got the option of moving Maida centrally as well. I think Celtic actually will then have quite a number of options to play centre forward. We would have options to play different styles of 2 men up front and so on as well. So I think the signings that Celtic have made, particularly in that central striking area and front 3 positions, could actually give Celtic a lot of flexibility with Adamu, Maida, Tounekti, Iheanacho, Cvancara, Yang, etc., covering all those front positions. Gives us a lot of options, a lot of variations, a lot of ability to send a fresh player on to replace a player if they're getting a bit tired, like maybe Yang or whomever. Yes. Now Sirachi is back training with the first team squad. Usually, if you come back and are training with the first team squad, usually within about 10 to 14 days, you should be then fit to start playing as a starter or at least off the bench. That was kind of the position with Iheanacho. He'd been back in training for about 7 to 10 days, and then he was in contention for the bench for the last couple of games. So I think probably Sirachi's in the position maybe this weekend to being back in the first team squad. So I would suspect that Sirachi won't be in the squad tomorrow for the Aberdeen match, but probably he'll be in the squad for the game after that. I can't remember at the moment who Celtic are playing at the weekend, but wouldn't be too surprised if Sirachi wasn't back in the squad for the weekend. Yes, couldn't agree more. Paul Maguire, 100% agree. I would love if Celtic signed Sirachi as a permanent left back. I think having him and Tierney as our left back options, very, very strong. We have got a bit of flexibility if we ever require it with Trusty and Scales both being people who've played left back on a regular basis. But I think having Sirachi and Tierney as our number 1 and number 2 left back would be very, very well served. Obviously, both of them are able to play as a wing back, as an inverted fullback, conventional left back. And obviously with Tierney, we've also got the option if we ever wanted to go to a back 3 and play 3-5-2 or play with wing backs, we could play Tierney as a mobile left-sided centre back. My suspicion is Araujo probably ends up going back to Bournemouth. He's also going to be a very, very important player from Mexico in the World Cup. Obviously, Mexico are one of the 3 hosts for the World Cup, which makes them a bit more high profile. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Araujo goes back to Bournemouth and then gets transferred off to some team maybe in France or Spain, etc. Yes, I had a feeling it was going to be the Dundee Cup match at the weekend, but I didn't want to commit myself. But I think you're 100% right, Ashley, because I'm pretty sure Premier Sports or whomever was promoting it was BBC. BBC were promoting some of their cup matches over this weekend. So I think you're 100% right. So Dundee against Celtic is going to be a cup match, which will be on Premier Sports live, probably Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon or something like that. I would love if Celtic kept Araujo, again, having Araujo and Johnson as our number 1 and number 2 right back, backed up by Colby Donovan as our young developing right back. I think we would be very, very well served in that position. We then would have the option of getting Anthony Ralston moved on. I think Anthony Ralston has been a super servant for Celtic, but he's been never more than a backup player, not reliable enough to be a definite starter. And I think that was one of the biggest failings of the Wilfred Nancy system, was that there wasn't terribly many other options for apart from Ralston as that right-sided centre-back role. Don't think it was well suited for that. I think Donovan would have been a far better player in that position, but maybe there were some doubts about Donovan being a young player and maybe not reliable to take on that different role. I think had Araujo been at the club to play right centre-back, it might actually have worked out really well, given the fact that he can defend, but he's got a tremendous engine for getting up and down the pitch. I would agree that I think Celtic practically would have to win all their games between now and the end of the season. Under Ange Postecoglou in 21-22, we had that kind of run of form. Admittedly, that season we did have a midwinter break that gave Celtic about 3 weeks or so to get everybody fit and some warm weather training. We then came back and beat Rangers 3-0 in an evening game. That kind of kick-started the season. And I think we went on an unbeaten 18-game run or something. And similar to that in the 23-24 season, Rodgers' first season, second time around, we lost to Hearts 2-0 at Tynecastle. That was the John Beaton VAR fiasco with the red card for Yang and the penalty kick against Tomoki Iwata. After that game, we went on a run of all wins with one draw against Rangers. So I do think Celtic have got the players to do it. They've got the experience to do it. Nearly all of Celtic's squad, all of Celtic's squad, apart from the 2 or 3 new signings, have been in a Celtic team who have come back, be it under Postecoglou 21-22 or under Rodgers in 23-24, to win the title from behind. So we came from behind to beat Rangers in 21-22. We came from behind against Rangers in 23-24. And in both those years, we had super long unbeaten records. More so in the season under Postecoglou, but it was something like 14 wins and 1 draw under Rodgers, and something like 16 wins and 2 draws under Postecoglou. But it's going to take that. It's going to take that sort of run of form, and Celtic have had that kind of run of form earlier in seasons, and I say both those 2 seasons they had a great run of form to end the season. Yes, our record against Rangers has been disappointing. We drew against Rangers and lost against Rangers in the second half of last season. This season we've drawn with them in the league, lost them in the league and beaten them in the cup. So it's kind of Rangers slightly ahead in terms of all those head-to-head results. So we have had 1 win in that time. We've had 2 draws in that time and 2 defeats. So, however, I do think if we look back even to the game at the start of the year under Wilfred Nancy, we had the chances to be 4 or 5-0 up at half time in that game. And then suddenly in the second half, the players just seemed to stop playing. And every mistake that Celtic made in the second half turned into the goal. And in the second half of that game, every time Celtic got near to scoring the goal, Butlin made some saves, Maeda made some misses, Celtic's final pass was poor. We lost control of midfield, and then we made 3 or 4 defensive errors and a couple of goals that Schmeichel let in. Of those 3 against Rangers, he was partly or very bit heavily at fault, particularly the 3rd goal that Rangers scored that afternoon. For some reason or other, Schmeichel's had a bit of a renaissance, a bit of return to form. He's actually played really well the last 2 or 3 games for Celtic. Made some big saves against Utrecht, made a couple of very big saves against Falkirk on Sunday. So I think that's a really good point, actually, RU Ken 28. I think the distraction and the pressure and the constant cross-examination regarding the transfer window has kind of maybe distracted Martin O'Neill for the last month or so. I think it's obviously taken Sean Maloney away from the training pitch and the tactical board for this last month as well. So I think you're entirely right. I think there actually could be massive bonuses in that we've now got O'Neill and Maloney concentrating 100% on training, tactics, motivation, formations, and also moulding these new players into the team with the existing players. Yes, I'm still confident that Celtic can. So my expectation, and again, it's just my opinion, for the rest of the season, that Celtic will come through to win the league, will come through to win the Scottish Cup, and will win the next round of the Europa League knockout phase, but probably fail in the last 16, just simply because we'll be playing against one of the elite teams who have had the benefit of having a couple of games to rest, and we'll have the benefit of the second leg being at home. However, Rangers did manage to get to the last 8 last season, and we're a better team than them, so anything's possible. Yes. Schmeichel, for such a big goalkeeper, I do feel Schmeichel should do more to take control of his 6-yard box. I think that's been part of Celtic's problems defending corners, free kicks, long throws, high balls into the box, is that we haven't got a goalkeeper who really dominates the 6-yard box and comes for crosses, catches, punches, etc. We don't. Joe Hart wasn't the greatest for that either. So it may be something that Stevie Woods, who's been our goalkeeping coach for the best part of 20 years, maybe it's his way of goalkeeping. It just doesn't feel like Hart nor Schmeichel really takes advantage and takes control of the 6-yard box. Well, I think it's completely understandable that Engels isn't happy that Celtic aren't releasing him. I wouldn't be happy if I was Engels if I lost the chance to go and play in the English Premier League. I think it probably would kickstart, if things went well for him, it probably would kickstart Engels getting back into the full Belgium squad, taking Nico Raskin's place in the Belgium squad, getting him to go to the World Cup. So I think there's lots of reasons why Engels won't be happy that Celtic have not let him go yet. If I was Engels, that would make me redouble my efforts and play even better for Celtic to ensure that I get a move in the summer to a bigger league and a richer club, etc. So I wouldn't expect him to be happy. In many ways, if he's not happy, it's good that he's not happy because maybe it makes him play even better. His performances have been a bit inconsistent. I think he could dominate midfield. He's a big player. He's strong. He's got pace. He's got brains. I think he could actually become a very important player for Celtic. He could kind of take over the role that Rio Hatate had last season. Hatate's been very disappointing this season, much like Maeda, much like McGregor for me this season. Those three have been very disappointing. Engels has been inconsistent. Nygren isn't the best midfielder for hurly-burly and winning the ball, etc. But my goodness, does he score goals and does he create goals? He's the number one in the Scottish Premier League for scoring and assists. Second in the table behind Maswanisi for actually scoring goals. So yes, I think you make a really good point. I think Engels actually probably is destined for a bigger and better club than Notts Forest. I suppose Nottingham Forest actually were nearer the top of the English Premier League last year under Nuno Espirito Santo. Basically, they sacked Nuno Espirito Santo, didn't back Ange Postecoglou, and then they went right down to the bottom of the league. I think probably Nottingham Forest this season will be battling against relegation. They're kind of in that zone of the league. I think actually probably for Engels, it's a blessing not to have gone to Nottingham Forest because he could easily have ended up in the English Championship if Nottingham Forest don't get themselves out that bottom three in England. Yes. That's a really good point. Actually, I hadn't really thought of that, given the fact that Maloney obviously has links to the Belgium international squad from previously. Maybe that actually does leapfrog Engels back over Raskin in the longer term. It's perfectly possible. Given how late it was that people came in, that Nottingham Forest came in for Engels, you're entirely right. That £25 million would have been in the bank doing nothing because I think it was far too late in the transfer window for Celtic to be able to get a similar quality of midfielder into the team. I think they'd looked at 3 or 4 options. The guy at Hajduk Split, a couple of guys in Norwegian and Danish football. I think these were all probably more people Celtic would be looking to bring in the summer of 26 rather than January of 2026. Because certainly a lot of those other clubs, a lot of the clubs where Celtic have made inquiries said they weren't going to sell their best player at the midway point of the season, which makes perfect sense because that's what we've said to Nottingham Forest and Fiorentina and the German clubs for Tounekti and several other clubs, that we weren't selling our best players at this time of the season because we've still got European competition, we've still got the cup to win, we've still got the league to come back and win it as well. So as I've said a few times over the course of the 4 hours of the live stream, Celtic have spent money in this transfer window because I'm pretty sure all these loan deals for Cvancara, Araujo, Adamu, and keep on forgetting his name, Benjamin Arthur and Mvuka, with all those, there will be a loan fee that Celtic have paid to take that player on loan. It isn't free of charge to take players on loan. So we haven't spent any money in terms of permanent deals. We have spent a lot of money in terms of those 4 or 5 loan deals to secure those loan people for the duration of the season. There'll be a few £100,000 for each of those players. And as I said, with the fact we haven't got a permanent manager and don't know who our manager is going to be in June 2026, it makes sense that we haven't committed to buying 3 or 4 players for a total of £20 million when those players might not fit into whoever the new manager's system is going to be. Yes, that's kind of what I'm trying to say is we've not got any permanent signings. However, Martin O'Neill is just an interim manager, not permanent, and that Celtic will presumably have a permanent manager from June 2026 onwards. He will have different views about how he wants to mould the clubs. Everybody is entitled to do what they like in terms of not buying merchandising, not buying food, not buying coffee at the ground, not paying for Celtic TV, not paying for European packages, not paying for a season ticket, etc. Everybody can do whatever they like in terms of spending their money. After all, it's their money. So we get the choice to spend our money the way that we want. We don't have to put money into Celtic. We don't have to buy the new Celtic strip. We don't have to buy Celtic socks. We don't have to buy a Celtic beer mug. We can choose to spend our money for Celtic or not spend our money for Celtic. We can choose to buy tickets. We can choose to subscribe to Celtic TV. It's our money. And in some ways, although we're paying money into the Celtic Football Club, once it's in the Celtic Football Club system, it is their money to spend the way that they want, after all. So although we spend our money, we don't tell Amazon or Burger King or McDonald's or Pizza Hut what to do with our money when we spend money to buy stuff from them. We don't tell Marks and Spencers or Sainsbury's or Aldi's or Morrison's or whoever it might be how they spend the money that we buy stuff from them. So in essence, we pay Celtic our money for tickets, for merchandising, for TV, etc., and then it's up to Celtic how they spend their money. We would like that they spend their money more the way that we want them to spend their money, but in the end, once we've given them the money, it's their money to spend the way they want to. Yes, I think everybody has the perfect right, as I said, to spend their own money the way that they want to spend their money. I don't criticise anybody for making their choice about how they want to support Celtic, how they want to spend their money supporting Celtic. Yes. Coming back to the point regarding Joel Mvuka's presumed heart problem, Gary Mabbutt was a very high-profile diabetic football player. Danny McGrain, before him, a high-profile diabetic football player on insulin. He proved that he could play high-level football whilst also being an insulin-controlled diabetic. Yes. I haven't bought a brand new Celtic strip for many years. I tend to buy Celtic strip a year later on, or ask for it as a birthday present or a Christmas present. I haven't personally bought. Not the hope that this doesn't make me unpopular with people or more unpopular with people, but I haven't actually spent any money personally on any brand new Celtic strips for a long time. I have been given a few Celtic strips as presents and stuff. It's wonderful that you have invested in the internet to take part in the David 67 podcast. It's wonderful that you contribute so much fun, comments, and participate so nicely. Well, it's a difference of opinion. We pay money to Celtic for tickets, for merchandising, for food and drink and this, that, and the other, the same way that we give money to other companies, McDonald's, Burger King, Pizza Hut, supermarkets, the corner shop, the petrol garage, all these people, we give them money. So yes, I do. It's our money. We give it to Celtic, and Celtic then. It's then up to Celtic what they do with the money that we've given them. So yes, it's our money. It's our money, but we've given it to them. So it's then Celtic's money for Celtic then to spend money. But this maybe it's a philosophical point, but we don't tell Pizza Hut, Burger King, McDonald's, Amazon, Aldi's, Sainsbury's, Marks and Spencer's, whoever it might be. We don't tell them how to run their company, spend the money that we've given to them for services. I know football clubs are different, but football clubs, as well as being football clubs, are also businesses, which is why so many football clubs have gone completely out of business and disappeared or bankrupted themselves and come back. Celtic managed to avoid being bankrupted and dissolved and disappeared back in the mid-90s. Fergus McCann saved the club, bailed it out, and ever since then we've been a financially very strong, very well-run club, which is why we've dominated Scottish football for the last 25 years, which is why we've got 13 titles out of the last 14. Is because we've been financially well-run. Anyway, I think we're moving away from nice positive things into less positive things. I'm equally frustrated as everybody else that we haven't been able to make the same levels of progressive signings that I would have wanted. I think there's lots and lots of factors about it. We give our money and we hope they do the right thing with it. Same way that we give our money to McDonald's and Amazon and Marks and Spencers and Aldi's and Lidl's, etc. And we hope they do the right thing with it. They hope that they keep on giving us bargain options in Amazon and Lidl's and Marks and Spencers. We hope they keep on giving us nice deals and nice food from Burger King or from McDonald's or whatever. Thank you. I'm glad that my positivity is getting through to people. I share your point of view. I share your point of view. What I personally do think is the fact that Celtic have got money has allowed us to keep hold of players like McGregor, like Hatate, like Maeda, like Carter Vickers, like Johnston, like Kyogo for many seasons. We've been able to keep hold of players by giving them big, high wages that maybe have encouraged them to stay at Celtic rather than move down to England or move to France or Germany or Italy. So we've actually managed to keep a pretty high quality football at the club, the players at the club for the last 5-10 years. So as Scottish football's prestige has gone down and down, as the financial background for the whole of Scottish football has gone down and down the last 5-10 years, Celtic's managed to retain having lots of good quality players. And that's part of the fact that Celtic are able to offer wages and salaries and contracts far better than any other team in Scotland. Rangers for a while were keeping up with Celtic, but Celtic in the last couple of seasons have leapfrogged way ahead of Rangers in terms of yearly wage budgets, and say this year's higher than the year before, next year's higher than this season. So we've committed a lot of money to players for big contracts. Yes, I have a good feeling that if I have a good feeling that Celtic will beat Stuttgart in the next round of the Europa League. I think we will, if O'Neill does his magic, we get some good play. We get some we get the squad to keep itself nice and fit. We have lots of options, particularly options to come off the bench to shore up a result or to turn a draw into a win. I think we have got the capacity to get past Stuttgart in the next round. There's something like 5th or 6th in the Bundesliga. So it's the same kind of level of team as Bologna, same kind of level of team as last year when we beat RB Leipzig. So I think we do have the capacity to beat Stuttgart in a two-legged tie. After all, this time last year, approximately, we went out 3-2 to Bayern Munich on aggregate. Bayern Munich clearly one of the best teams in Europe for many, many years. Incredibly rich, successful club, much better squad than us, and yet last season we only lost 3-2 to them. We lost 2-1 at Celtic Park, and then obviously late goal in Munich knocked us out on aggregate. So I think if we were good enough, when we played well as a team, got good performances from lots of players, we were good enough to nearly beat Bayern Munich last season. We're good enough to beat RB Leipzig in the group stage of the Champions League last year. I think we were good enough to draw with Bologna this time around, one of the top teams in Italian football. We beat Feyenoord, one of the top teams in Dutch football. So I think we do have the capacity for beating that sort of quality of team. And so I'm confident that we'll beat Stuttgart over a two-legged tie. Probably that then will take us in, obviously, to playing one of the top 8 seeds. We've already played 3 of the top 8 seeds, Roma, Midtjylland and Braga. All 3 of them beat us. That would suggest that anybody else who's in the top 8 seeds in the Europa League are going to be the same sort of quality. I think if we played especially well, we could probably beat Midtjylland over 2 legs. I think we definitely could have beaten Braga on the night. Things didn't go our way in terms of refereeing decisions. Bad error by Kasper Schmeichel for the first goal. So I think if we drew Braga in the last 16, we could beat them. So cut long story short, I think we can and will beat Stuttgart in 3 weeks' time in the two-legged tie. So if we beat Braga, if we beat Stuttgart, we're then into the last 16. Last 16 is a seeded thing, so there are 8 seeds. They all got a bye into the last 16. I don't think at this point it's known who Celtic would draw in the last 16, but it will be one of the teams from the top 8, which includes the 3 teams that beat us in the original part of the Europa League. You are entirely right. If we were to win the Europa League, that would get us straight into the Champions League for next season. That's how Spurs got in as the 6th English side in this year's Champions League. They won a Europa League under Ange Postecoglou last season. That put them straight into the Champions League for this season. They actually managed to get out the group stage into the knockout stage of the seeded side. So yes, it would be really nice for the first time in living memory almost that we won a European knockout match. I can't honestly remember now how many years it is since Celtic won a knockout match in Europe. Because we got knocked out in the last 16 under Gordon Strachan twice. So it may be going back even to the days of Martin O'Neill since we last won a European knockout game. So it's clearly a long, long time. So if people are saying it's 2003, that sounds about right. So they're saying Barcelona in 2003-4. I honestly can't remember. It's a lot. I know it's a long, 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 long time since we did that. And hail to you, So Babe, as well. So Babe has been with the channel almost from day one. She's been with the channel just about for even longer than Clashman Numpty, who was one of the early subscriber viewers to the channel. So brilliant to have you on, So Babe. We are nearing the end of the live stream. I have been talking for, it says, 4 hours and 23 minutes. My intention was to stop the live stream about 1 o'clock. We're nearly at 2 o'clock, so I think we probably should call it a day very, very soon. But wonderful to have you on, So Babe. As I say, one of my earliest, most loyal subscribers for 2.5 years. Much like Clashman Numpty, much like Paul Maguire, another name that's been with the channel for a long, long, long time. I do wonder whether at 73 Martin O'Neill has the energy physically and mentally to be the full-time Celtic manager. I was very, very sceptical about that being an option, but clearly it's working incredibly well at the moment. It would appear that O'Neill's much more of a figurehead rather than doing the day-to-day management and day-to-day training. However, for the last 3 or 4 years of Alex Ferguson's time as the Man United manager, that was what he did as well. He was more the figurehead, the person in the media, the person that did the talking. So if O'Neill was able to turn this season into success for Celtic, I think it would be, i.e. winning the double, making progress in Europe. I think all those things are perfectly on the cards if things fell into place. And I think there would be an argument if O'Neill keeps this level of success up for Celtic to carry on with O'Neill for a couple of years with Maloney, McManus, Strachan, and Fotheringham backing him up. I think there's a definite argument for that. I honestly can't remember. Yeah, sorry, we did beat Stuttgart previously in Europe, and Sean Maloney scored against them. So we have beaten Stuttgart before in Europe, and Sean Maloney apparently was one of the goal scorers on the night. Anyway, so coming back to your point about Martin O'Neill, I think there's a strong argument given the fact that he was the first manager in Celtic's real renaissance. When he came in 2000, we had a bit of success, obviously, under Wim Jansen a couple of years before. We had then had not a great time under Barnes and under Joseph Venglos. Then O'Neill came in, and 2000 onwards, we've been winning lots and lots of things. Great, nice to have you on, Fencing Philly. Fencing Philly, like So Babe, has been with the channel right from the very start as well. A couple of female viewers, subscribers to the channel, which is always really nice to have male and female subscribers to the channel. And great to have loyal people like her and Clashman Numpty, Paul Maguire, another great supporter of the channel, St Mary Parish, Coatbridge, who doesn't tend to do the live streams. Tremendous big support from Sligo Boy, a very regular contributor to all the live streams. So Wim Jansen came to us from Dutch football. He played actually for Feyenoord in the 1970 European Cup final, so he was part of the team that beat us that day. He was one of several Celtic managers who played that day. So they were actually in that Feyenoord Celtic European Cup final in 1970. There were several future Celtic managers on the pitch. There was Billy McNeil, there was Davy Hay, and there was Wim Jansen. So thank you very much. A very interesting analogy. Yeah, Wim Jansen. Wim Jansen was with a W rather than a V, but it's a good metaphor, a good analogy. Yep. The Pope also, Pope Leo XIV, he also subscribes to the channel. Although I don't think Pope Leo XIV's been on tonight. Yep. So I think good suggestion by Paul Maguire 3382. It's been a long four and a half hours. At the end of it, we have added Junior Adamu. We have added Benjamin Arthur. We have added Joel Mvuka. We have moved Johnny Kenny on loan. We have moved Stephen Welsh on loan to Motherwell temporarily. We've moved on a couple of other players temporarily. And there are one or two other irons in the fire, probably not for this transfer window, but for the summer transfer window. And I think once Celtic get the stability of a brand new manager, so hail to Unite as well, to you tonight as well, Fencing Philly. Hopefully we'll all have a nice good night's sleep. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. I'm planning another live stream on Thursday evening, the usual regular Thursday night live stream. So until Thursday, goodbye. Thank you to everybody who's been with us the last 4.5 hours. Thank you to everybody who's dipped in and out. Yep, and look out, hearts, we're coming for you. I think it's a very good way to end things. So goodbye, good night. Thank you to everybody, and see you all again on Thursday for those able to come back on Thursday. And Hail, hail, as you so rightly say, hail, hail. Thank you, Clashman Upton. Hail, hail. See you again on Thursday.